Ted Wylie, T-E-D-L-W-Y-L-I-E.
Go ahead and scoot up and pull the microphone down towards you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wylie, I'm not trying to embarrass you or do anything, but you know why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
And you understand it's a murder case, and that's why we've asked you to be here.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Melanie Walker Farris in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point out, please? She's sitting over here in the black.
Yes,
That's black. How old are you today, sir?
60.
And when did you first meet the defendant?
It's probably been maybe 85,
And
86, something like that.
When did you meet Gary's sister, Sherry Farris?
Around that same time.
And how long were you and Sherry Farris in a relationship?
Probably 20 years.
During that time, did you meet the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses?
Move the. No, I'm not talking about
Okay.
this. Let's move the easel so the juror can see. Just back it up. You'll need to pull it out.
All right, Mr. Wylie, you've got a soft voice. If you speak in that microphone so we can hear you. So you met the defendant through Sherry Farris, is that how?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses together or things like that?
We have.
And where did y'all first meet? Was it in Georgia or was it somewhere else?
No, we would see each other at Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving and things at Sherry's mother's.
Now, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but at some point, did you have a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
I can't tell you the exact dates, but it was probably in 2008 or 10, somewhere in that range.
And when y'all would meet and come together, where would y'all meet?
But she's usually coming through town, either going to her friend Sheila's Hutchinson's home, or she would be going to visit her mom at the hospital.
And how long did this romantic affair go on?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
And during that time, do you know whether or not Gary knew about the relationship?
I don't think anyone actually knew about it ever until this happened.
And it was after this that it came out?
I think it did. Then they had were suspicious and things, but I don't think that they actually knew. They had no knowledge of it.
And to be clear, it was an intimate relationship more than just friends. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think, how often would you see each other when y'all were together, you and the defendant?
We would see each other at that particular time. Before that time, we'd only see each other Christmas and Thanksgiving, but at that time, we might see each other twice a month.
Would y'all meet in motels, hotels, or somewhere else?
We did a time or two.
Would she come to your house and stay at all?
She did.
Was there a time when you remember that she separated from Gary and spent more time with you?
She did. She never stayed more than like a week or something like that. But we were snowed in one time, and her friend Sheila stayed with me. And so, anyway,
Was that Sheila or Sherry?
Sheila Hutchinson was her friend.
Were you ever confronted by anybody about the affair?
No, sir.
Gary never said anything to you?
He did not know. He had suspicion maybe at the end.
Now, you've heard us talk about the $50,000 loan or whatever you want to call it. Are you familiar with that idea?
I wasn't involved in that. I don't know about that.
What I want to ask you, though, is during the time, did the defendant write you checks for things?
She did help me with payroll once or twice.
And how much money during that time did she give you?
It was a few $1,000s to make payroll.
Would it be closer to $10,000 or closer to a few $1,000s?
It could have been 6,000 or 8,000, somewhere like that, to make payroll.
Okay. And that was in 2000, I believe 2009. Would that be right?
I'm thinking so.
Is it true though that she did write you several checks that were worth several $1,000s?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was for payroll. Tell us about that.
I have a building company. I had a building company at that time.
Did you ever use that money for anything with Kay Walker, her mother?
I'm sure I probably did.
Did you ever say it was for that, but it was for something else?
I don't think that I did.
So, is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 15,000? What do you remember?
I'm sure it's closer to 10 than 15. I don't know that.
And she would write you personal checks for this?
She has.
How many checks do you think she's given you in any shape or form? How many checks has she written?
Probably not more than 2 or 3.
Do you know if she ever had more money than that?
She told me that she did. I think it was maybe when she was handling her mother's affairs or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you whether or not she took that out of the account that she and Gary had over the house or something?
I don't remember all that now. I don't remember that.
How much money do you remember her having independently from Gary when they separated?
I don't know about her finances and things.
How long was she separated that you know of where she was not with Gary during this time?
I think it might have been maybe a month. I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know exactly how long it was?
No, sir. Like I said, she would come into town and then she would go on to her friend Sheila's house or something along those lines, or go somewhere else.
And was she coming up, was it under the guise that she was there to visit her mother, help her mother, but she was seeing you?
Oh, she was helping her mother. Her and Sheila helped her mother get healed up. She had heart surgery and got her back, on the mend.
But she would come up and see you too?
Yes, sir.
And are you saying that the affair itself lasted for 3 years or more than 3 years?
I would say somewhere around the 3 to 4 year mark.
Closer to the 4, maybe?
Maybe so. I didn't keep up with that.
Did she ever tell you that Gary was, because of this, started to control the finances or do anything from the finances?
I think he did that all along.
And did she talk about how she did not have money except for what Gary would give her?
We didn't talk about money much.
She talked about leaving Gary at any time?
She did say he served her with divorce papers, or was serving her with divorce papers.
And you knew that was because of y'all's relationship?
I don't know that it was because of our relationship.
Did you ask?
I did not.
You kind of just let it be?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether or not that was followed through or anything?
I don't know.
Now, when did it end?
Probably 4 years. I think it was 4 years before this happened.
This was in July of 2018, so y'all's relationship was over about 4 years before?
Yes, sir.
So, 2018.
Well, I just didn't hear from her. I don't know that it was over. I just didn't hear from her anymore.
It just kind of dissipated?
Yes, sir.
So about 4 years before 2018, so sometime around 2014 is when your relationship with the defendant stopped? I
hadn't seen her or talked to her before that.
So since 2014, give or take, have you had any communication with the defendant?
I talked with her. She came into town one time after Gary passed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
So you understand one of the reasons I have you here is that your name was brought up in the investigation as a former, if you would, boyfriend of the defendant.
Yes.
So I want to make sure I'm shrinking the world. I want to make sure the jury hears this from you, yes, and they see you. In July, this is Riley 1. This is calendar July 2018. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can you positively look at this jury and tell them that in July of 2018, you didn't step a foot into the state of Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything whatsoever to do with and I'm not saying you are, I just want to hear from you. You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Gary, or know anything about what happened to Gary?
No, sir.
You weren't even in the state?
No, sir. I was not.
Did you have any communication with the defendant or anybody in her family about what happened?
No, sir.
It's not till we contacted you, someone from the district attorney's office years ago, I think, reached out to you?
Well, I think I talked with Sherry about that. And that was about it.
So if this occurred, it did occur in July of 2018. Gary was killed in July 2018. Mm-hmm. When was the last time you were physically, in any shape or form, in the state of Georgia?
It'd have to be 4 years before that.
Nothing else, John.
Reader?
Mr. Wylie?
Yes, sir.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody.
Judge, I apologize. The juror just indicated to me that she couldn't hear. Please speak to my phone.
Speak up, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Again, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Got a few questions for you on timeline. So you guys were together, you think, between 2007 and maybe 2010?
Something like that.
Something like that, because you said 14, but it'd be more like 2007 to 2010. Right?
Probably so.
Okay, all right. And the state mentioned something about some money that Melody loaned you $6,000 to $8,000, and you paid it back to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you. I mean, y'all didn't really talk about Gary at all, did you?
No, sir.
And Gary never had any crosswords with you at all about any of this.
Never.
And y'all didn't talk about it at all.
Never.
Any of her kids have any crosswords with you ever? Scott or Chris?
No, sir.
And so really you hadn't seen Melody since 2010. It's been about, 14 years?
Yes, sir. I'm guessing that's correct.
Somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
And it just fizzled out?
We just didn't. We just went different ways, I guess.
Nothing, y'all didn't talk about Gary or anything to do with Gary?
No, sir.
That's all.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
My name is Christine Lavoie, Christine Lavoie. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, and I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Judge, you have the remote control for the TVs? You can turn those on, please, John. Yes, John. Ms. Lavoie, what is your expertise at the GBI?
So I perform DNA analysis on evidence.
And if you would, we've heard yesterday from Ms. Norris, but if you would, just when it comes to DNA analysis, how long have you been doing it?
About 9.5 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University for Women, and I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in Biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Do you have to have a master's degree to work at the GBI to be a scientist as you are?
No.
But you have to have some type of bachelor's degree to work at the crime lab?
Correct, a bachelor's in life science.
And when you came on to the GBI, did you go through the hiring process to take an exam to get on and make sure you're qualified to do the job?
Yes.
Do you have to take continuing education through the year to make sure you keep up with the current trends in science in your expertise?
Yes.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a member of the Southwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Society of Molecular Biology and Evolution.
Among the people at the crime lab, where are you when it comes to how long you've been there and experience? You have more experience than other people, less experience? Where do you fall in that?
I'm considered a senior analyst.
And is that supervision or what makes you a senior analyst?
I hold the title of a crime lab scientist 3 senior.
Do you teach and train other people how to do their jobs?
Yes.
And do you do any outside teaching or education as part of your job?
Not outside, no.
Are you part of any kind of scientific groups or anything that works on the, I guess, the cutting edge or new technology or new science that comes out?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in DNA?
About 90 times.
And just this time I intend to witness an expert in the science related to DNA.
Okay. All right. Witness deemed to be an expert, as I told you before, you can give an opinion testimony based upon her experience. All right.
All right, so we've gotten through the foundation. You did actually just a couple things, and we're going to have you look at some of the reports. I think you're covering some of others, if I remember correctly. Have you had an opportunity to go back and look at some of the reports in the case?
I've looked at my reports.
And I think you did. So we have two reports, GBI DOFS 7 and GBI DOFS 13. Are those your two, the ones which is a DNA typing? And, excuse me, GBI DOS 14, and then the DNA typing, the true allele. Those your reports?
Yes.
Judge, this time I tender GBI DOFS 7 and 14 into evidence.
All right, any objections? All right, very good.
You have a copy of your reports with you?
I do.
All right, let's go through those quickly. We've stipulated the reports. That's why we don't have to go through all the regular procedures we do at trial. If you don't mind, let's just walk through these. Let's begin with 7. What type of services was requested in this?
It was a DNA typing.
And what was the date of the report?
March 6, 2019.
We'll be looking at GBI. We discussed yesterday as GBI item 6 and GBI item 31. I think we'll begin with those. So if you could, tell us the results and conclusion. Begin here with the sentence that says the DNA obtained from the cutting. Read that, if you would, for us.
The DNA obtained from the cutting contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals.
All right, 6 was the T-shirt that we have in the case, and 31, that would just be a cutting from that T-shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you begin DNA testing, how do you know how many individuals or profiles you find? How does that work? Just kind of briefly tell us how you can determine that.
So when you look at a DNA profile, you see what looks like peaks along a line. And if there's only one person present, you'll see no more than 2 peaks at each location that you test. When there's 2 individuals, you'll see no more than 4 peaks at each location.
Here we have 2 profiles, is that right?
At least 2, yes.
All right, now, when you looked at the shirt, the garnet shirt or the red shirt that the jury has seen, it came back to a matching somebody. Who did it match?
The major profile matched Melody Farris.
And what was that frequency, the statistical numbers?
It was 1 in 4 octillion.
And do you know how many zeros that is?
It would be a 4 with 27 zeros.
Now, at this point, when you were looking at it, down at the bottom of your report, it says it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from the cutting recovered from item 6. So 6 is the T-shirt, item 31 is the cutting, utilizing True Allele casework software. What is True Allele?
So True Allele is a software program that we use to help us interpret mixtures.
And how is it? What is the basic? If I said in the beginning 10 years ago and we're doing DNA testing, what type of testing did we do 10 years ago? If I said the regular DNA testing, what is that? STR or?
STR, yes.
So that's just what everybody's been doing for years and years. So that would be the regular type of testing.
We still do STR. It was still done in this case.
Right. So your first test is kind of the regular DNA testing. What I need you to get across to the jury is, how is True Allele different? How is it more advanced or a different stage? How does it distinguish between just a DNA test?
So Like I said, TrueAllele is used for mixtures. In this case, the minor profile, I wasn't able to perform any comparisons because it was just so limited. TrueAllele has the capability of, I'm going to use an analogy. If you think about an iceberg, you can see, a human can see the portion of the ice above the surface of the ocean. But we can't see what's below the ocean, below the surface of the ocean. TrueAllele can look below the surface as well as above the surface. So it can see the whole mixture, if you will.
Is it a mathematical probability? It uses a formula and software to compute things.
Yes.
Is it, I don't know if the term is more accurate or more detailed. How is TrueAllele actually, how is it more capable of getting things that you cannot just find under regular DNA testing?
That's how the software is designed.
And what does it do when it comes to known and unknown? How is it objectively doing an analysis of the DNA?
So TrueAllele will interpret the mixture first, and then it will perform comparisons to a reference sample.
Let's look at your report 14 here, GBI and DOFS 14. What is the requested service here?
It's TrueAllele.
And what's the report date?
November 15th, 2023.
Now, for your second test that you did, you are still testing item 6, the T-shirt, and 31, the cutting from the T-shirt. Is that right?
Yes, specifically it's the electronic data that's previously been generated.
And what we asked, our office asked you to, once you notified us in your first report that maybe TrueAllele could actually help us identify that other contributor, we asked you to test it further using TrueAllele. Is that right?
Correct.
And we're trying to see who the other contributor is. When you tested under TrueAllele, tell us what the results were as seen in your report here.
So the cutting, once again, contained a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and there was a match identified between the data from the cutting and Melody Farris, and a match between the data obtained and Melody Farris is approximately 500 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. But due to limited data, TrueAllele could not make a determination as to who the minor contributor was.
So for the TrueAllele testing, it came back even stronger that it was the defendant's DNA?
So this is a likelihood ratio, whereas the other statistic was a frequency, but 500 septillion is less than 4 octillion.
So it produced a less numbers, but it still showed that it was those many zeros would be. Yeah, proceed, John.
Go ahead.
Again, apologize. It's rules of evidence come up. All right. So the second test still confirmed, based on how many zeros you have, septillion, that the major contributor was Melody Farris. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you could not determine, even with TrueAllele, who the second or minor contributor of DNA is on the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you say that there was DNA of someone else?
Yes.
So is it accurate, scientifically speaking, that there are 2 DNAs that we found on the shirt, and one is not the defendant's?
Correct.
But you just can't determine who it is?
Correct.
Can you determine if it's a male or female?
No, it was so limited, I couldn't even determine the sex.
Only that it was not hers.
Correct.
Okay, are you ready? Or cross? Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Lavoie. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Just a few quick things for you. So just so I understand, you had a shirt, and that was item number 6, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then somebody at your office at the GBI, they got a hole into that shirt and took a piece out, right? And that is item number 31.
Correct.
Right. And then there was originally a test done on that, and it found 2 DNA samples, correct?
Correct.
And then they sent it to you to see if you could separate them out to see who both the samples are.
Correct.
You found one to be Miss Farris.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that is Miss Farris's T-shirt? And you may not know.
I don't recall.
Okay. If it was her T-shirt, would you be surprised to find somebody's DNA on their own clothing?
No.
Okay. Now, with the True Allele program, it's a computer program, correct?
Yes.
And it runs on, I believe it's called probabilistic genotyping.
Correct.
All right. And somehow, and we don't got to get into how, because I don't care, but somehow that separates out and you can determine two mixed together types of DNA.
Yes.
Somewhat. Okay. Now, the other DNA that you found, according to your report at the bottom, was due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made. So does that mean that it's such a small amount of DNA you can't separate it out?
It's such a small amount, True Allele couldn't perform any comparisons.
Okay, so it couldn't do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it can't determine what type of DNA it is, whether it's skin, sweat, blood, semen, anything like that.
So True Allele can't, but I do have an opinion, if I can express that.
No, I'm just asking about True Allele.
Okay.
True Allele
True
can't
Allele
do that.
cannot.
Okay. And that's all I have, Judge.
I have a question. All right. If a child gets their DNA from their parents, yes?
Yes.
All right. And so you have the chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent. What if there's a mixture from the two parents and the child, and there are three combined DNAs? How can it parse that out and tell the difference between the child and the parents?
So there would still be differences in the DNA.
All right. How is that?
Because the child only inherits 50% from each parent.
So the two other grandparents don't get passed down, or it gets combined and then does get passed down.
There could be some similarities.
Okay. I know enough just to be dangerous. That was really more for my information than anything else. All right.
Well, just one thing, just to follow.
Go ahead.
With DNA typing, you can, well, to make it too quick, you can distinguish between parents and children.
Yes.
And the only way that you couldn't distinguish it if you had identical siblings.
Correct.
Okay. That much.
All right. That's what I've been told, but I don't understand. That's why I'm up here and not over there. All right. You can be excused.
Say your full name for the record.
Emily Bagwell, Bagwell.
Ms. Bagwell, where do you work and what do you do?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and I'm the technical leader of the Firearm and Tool Mark section.
So you deal with guns day in, day out, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, if you would, your educational background that qualifies you to do what you do.
I have an Associates of Science degree from Young Harris College, a Bachelor's of Biology degree from Kennesaw State University, and a Master's degree of Forensic Sciences from Stevenson University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So how did you get interested in doing being a firearm scientist?
While I was a graduate student in Baltimore, I reached out to the local crime lab, the Maryland State Police Forensics Laboratory, and they had an opening for an intern in their Firearm Tool Mark section.
Did you grow up shooting firearms and things like that, or was it just kind of something else you got interested in?
No, sir, just a career path.
Are you someone that is a collector of guns or anything like that?
Maybe now I am.
Do you enjoy the science aspect of what you do?
Yes, sir, very much.
At the GBI, when guns come in, how many guns do you think y'all are testing a year?
Well, we pick up evidence from our evidence receiving section every day. If there's one gun or 15 guns, it would be difficult to quantify, but we do typically pick up evidence every day. There's always something for us that's firearms related to pick up. It's hard to quantify how many cases we're releasing every year, but we see quite a few.
Now, how long have you been doing this with the GBI?
Since December of 2015.
And how many firearm scientists does the GBI have?
We currently have 22 reporting analysts across the state.
Where are all they stationed at? Where are their offices?
We have We have 7 regional laboratories. 3 of those well, in addition to headquarters, 3 of those perform firearms and tool mark services. So that's going to be our headquarters lab in Decatur, our Western lab in Midland, which is close to Columbus, and our coastal lab in Pooler, which is close to Savannah.
And which office do you work out of?
I work at headquarters.
Does the GBI headquarters have a warehouse or something where they hold the firearms? How many firearms do y'all have in y'all's property now?
Well, there's a combination because we have evidence where firearms are evidence, and we also have an in-house reference collection. Both of those other laboratories in Columbus and Savannah also have their own reference collection. I don't know how many firearms we have in our reference collection, but where we store our reference collection of firearms is also one of our storage locations for evidence inside of our section, but additionally we have evidence storage in our evidence receiving section, as well as a long-term storage facility in our vault, basically downstairs in what we call the crypt at headquarters.
Is it a bunch?
It's a bunch.
How much do you think y'all got?
Just in the reference collection, we should have probably over 650 in the state. But that doesn't include any of the evidence that are all packaged in boxes that we'll eventually analyze.
If the jury could go to your office and see what you do, what's your office like?
Just my personal office?
Like where you test firearms and things like that.
So our laboratory, it's not like your conventional forensic testing laboratory, but it's still a forensic testing laboratory. The firearms section is on the 2nd floor at the headquarters building, and we have about, I would say, 3 wings where we have some offices where you don't share with someone. I do not share an office as the technical leader. Both of our managers have their own offices. Some of the senior examiners have their own offices, but a lot of people bunk up, and there are 2 people in an office just because we have a lot of people. We have 2 areas where we conduct our test firing. So we have a shooting range where we'll shoot shotguns for just kind of shooting shotguns. We do not collect projectiles from shotguns, so we kind of just shoot those into the air in the range and collect fired cartridge cases. Also in our range is a test firing capture system called the Cotton Box. That's for shooting high-powered firearms such as rifles. So they're shot in the range. Across the hall from the range is our tank room. It houses all of our reference ammunition, which is all across the walls. And then on the back wall of the tank room is a 600-gallon water tank. It's a large rectangular metal box with 600 gallons of water, and that's how we capture our handgun test-fired bullets.
Have you testified in the courts of the state of Georgia as an expert before?
I have.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in firearm science?
87.
Just this time I tendered the witness as an expert related to firearm science.
Okay.
All right. Again, she's been tendered as an expert witness.
All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's talk about the case. In this case, we've asked you to you're going to be looking at, I believe, 2 reports. And I believe you did one of them, then Vanna Kelly did the other one. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And by stipulation, we've agreed to these reports and the contents, and we've agreed that you can handle the questions relating to both of those. When you test guns, as in the testing that's done in this case, can you just kind of tell the jury what type of tests were done on a firearms and also the ammunition that is related to your report?
So more specifically, on the first report that was authored by Vanna Kelly, there weren't any firearms that were provided, but she received fired bullets. So when you submit evidence to the crime lab for firearms analysis, what that would include is a microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components. The purpose of it, the whole purpose of firearms identification, is to determine if fired ammunition components came from the same firearm, different firearms, if a firearm is submitted, if it came from that firearm, or if it didn't. So in this case, those ammunition components were compared to each other to make that determination. Were they fired from the same firearm? Did they possess characteristics that could allow us to inform our customer if there was a list of possible firearms they could be looking for in terms of an investigation? And then later we received additional evidence, a lot of additional evidence that I examined, a lot of fired bullets. At that point, we had reached an agreement with the customer. We wouldn't do any microscopic comparison because there were so many and they had sustained a lot of damage. We wanted to turn some results around quickly, so what we did was we looked at those characteristics that were shared between these fired bullets to determine if there was a list of possible firearms they could have fired them, and to answer a question if any of them were a specific caliber. There was also a firearm that was submitted at the time that I did do a visual examination of, but it didn't have any characteristics in agreement with anything prior submitted for Ms. Vanna Kelly's report or the evidence that I was going to examine during my analysis. We weren't doing any comparison on my part, so we did what we had agreed with the customer.
And what was the caliber that we were interested in this case?
38.
So 38 special, 38 caliber is what we were looking for. Is that right?
38 special is a specific 38 caliber. There's also a 38 caliber called 357 Magnum. And then there are some other specific calibers within that caliber family as well, such as 38 Smith & Wesson and 9mm. But typically, when something looks like it's just 38, it's probably going to be 38 special or 38 or 357 Magnum. Apologies.
Now, when we're talking about revolvers, let's go from smaller to larger. 22 revolver, 32 revolver, 38 special revolver, 357, 44. Is that kind of how it goes?
Yes, sir. That's pretty accurate. The 38 special and the 357 Magnum are closely related. They're a lot of anytime a firearm says it is 357 Magnum, it can also shoot 38 special. So the difference is going to be the length of the chamber. A 357 Magnum chamber is going to be a little bit longer, so it can accommodate a 38 special cartridge, which is a little shorter than a 357 Magnum. But in terms of like their barrel diameters, they're the same.
So the bigger caliber gun can shoot the smaller caliber bullet, but not vice versa.
In this case, because they have the same diameter, but like you mentioned with the 44, it's going to be much larger. It's not supposed to shoot something like a 38 class that's a lot smaller. But the 357 Magnum is a specific caliber of a 38. So it's just a little bit larger than a 38, but the diameter is the same. So the 38 special will fit in a 357 Magnum chamber, but the opposite is not true because the 357 is too long, too large for the 38.
And then when I say semi-automatic handguns, we talk about 380, 9mm, 40, 45. I guess there's a 10mm some people shoot, but those are usually the type of gun that you put a magazine in and rack. Is that right?
That's correct.
So first of all, I don't know how you do it, but if someone would ask you a pistol or firearms, to me, is it a long weapon, a long gun, or a handgun? Do you kind of do that? Do you break them up?
Yes, sir. Those are the two basic categories of firearms, or those that are short and intended to be fired with one hand, and those that are longer and are intended to be fired from the shoulder.
And when you get into the handguns or the pistols, do you break those down into two major? So the genus and species, genus is the handguns and species, the different types. Do you break those down into revolvers versus semi-automatic?
Yeah, revolvers versus pistols.
And so when you say pistol, you're talking about semi-automatic usually?
Usually they're supposed to be semi-automatic, but with the world that we're in, they can be converted to fire fully auto.
All right. Now, this time, Judge, I'm tending to evidence GBI DOFS report 12 and 13.
Okay.
Let's talk about one that's not your report, GBI DOFS 12, and this is going to be Vanna Kelly's report. What was the service requested in this?
This was a firearms analysis service.
And what was the date of the report?
This report was issued on October 31st of 2019.
And we see Melody Scott and Gary Farris's names here, and then, so it's from them involved in this Cherokee County case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Evidence. GBI item, don't worry about all those other numbers, 2 and 5. Tell the jury what item 2 is and item 5.
Item 2 is a 38 caliber bullet that Vanna remarked as being removed from the basement floor. The package would have indicated that. And then item 5 is a 38 bullet jacket.
And when it comes to item 5, obviously here we're talking about the jacket that came from the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the bullet from the floor, then the jacket, and the jury's heard about the bullet in the ribs and things like that. Do you know much about this case?
As the peer reviewer, all I know is how Ms. Kelly would have documented it, and she only documented the item 5 as being removed from the medical examiner's box.
All right. Can you give us the opinion for this report? Just read that to us.
Yes, sir. So under the results and conclusions, it states that microscopic examination and comparison of the bullet and bullet jacket, our items 2 and 5, reveal that they were fired from the same firearm based on agreement of class and individual characteristics. And they are consistent with being fired from FIE, Arminius, and Titan 38 special revolvers, and RG 38 special Derringers. The list provided of those manufacturers is only an investigative lead, and it is not intended to be an all-inclusive list.
All right, in plain English, what does that mean?
So these two ammunition components were projectile components. One was an intact bullet. The other one was a bullet jacket, which just means that the inside core of the bullet was not with the jacket. Those two items were fired from the same firearm, so one firearm. That firearm that they could have been fired from based on the characteristics the bullets possessed could be that list that she provided in her report, but it's not an all-inclusive list, meaning those characteristics between those two projectile items could have also been fired from different firearms not included in this list. We narrow our list based on what we most commonly see at the laboratory.
Right, so fired from the same firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then trying to figure out, based on science, it could be the same firearm, but it could be one of those brands.
Yes, one of those manufacturers may have manufactured the firearm that fired both of these items.
We don't see a 357 on that list. Is there a reason why?
I'm not sure. It could be that they did not populate in the database that she put her measurable bullet data in, but I don't know.
Okay. Could also be that it's just not one of the guns that it came back to.
Yes.
But we know from the science that the opinion is that it was fired. It's a 38 special, same gun. It could be one of those brands. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Anything about the type of bullet, the brand of bullet, or anything like that?
Ms. Kelly documented that they were consistent with being manufactured by Hornady, which is an ammunition manufacturer.
And Hornady, now again, I really want to ask you if you hunt and things like that, but I'll try to forego that. Do you ever go to Walmart and just go over like I do and just look at all the bullets?
Yes, I do, because I want to stay on top of what new ammunition might be out on the market so I can share it with my team.
Do you ever go to other gun stores and just see all the expensive bullets they have?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with brands of bullets that come out of Russia?
I am.
Well, what if I say give some common names of bullets, cheap bullets that come out of Russia or something like that? What comes to mind?
The first primary company is JSC Barnoul, which is manufactured in Russia and comes into the U.S. under the umbrella company Monarch.
Okay. How about some other brands that are not? You familiar with Remington?
Yes, sir.
How about there's some blue boxes out there. I'm trying to remember the name of the blue boxes. What are all the type of firearm or ammunition that you're familiar with that's not Hornady? Hornady is expensive ammunition, is it not?
It can be expensive, and half of their ammunition is geared towards law enforcement officers as well. Okay,
and so those are actually, let's put that on the far end, expensive, nice rounds that don't have a lot of powder and things like that. Good bullets. Coming back this way, what are some other brands that you're familiar with?
Specifically in blue boxes, we have PPU, Spear, CCI. As some other bullet manufacturers, we also have Federal, American Eagle, and Winchester, which are more affordable lines of ammunition.
American Eagle, that's a Federal brand?
Yes, sir.
What kind of box is that?
It should be white and red.
Do you mind standing up? Can you see that box right there in front of you on the table? If you can, I'll go pick it up. Let me go pick it up. Let me do that. It's kind of hard to... I don't have my glasses. So Scott, 201, familiar with that?
Yes, I am. It's okay.
I apologize. And Scott, 202, familiar with American Eagle?
Yes, I am.
That is not Hornady, is it?
No, it is not.
Totally different company?
Yes.
Totally different types of, separate, not connected at all, competition, in fact. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes, they're not related at all.
And Hornady, would you consider it a higher, I don't want to say quality, I'm not trying to diminish theirs, but a more expensive bullet that's commonly used for not just target shooting?
I would consider Hornady as a premium line of ammunition.
And Hornady has, in those bullets sometimes they have that, looks like, I call it wax, I'm sure it's not wax, but they put something in the hollow point so when on impact it won't cave, it'll still expand. What's that called?
That is a red polymer flex tip expanding red tip. And sometimes the color changes as well. They do have a pink tip for breast cancer awareness as well.
And that is put in the, if it's a jacket, if it's a hollow point, it's put in there to make it do what?
So the way that it's advertised by Hornady is, and specifically for a hollow point bullet, is different than a bullet that doesn't have, if a bullet just has a nice round nose and it's encased, that's going to be a full metal jacket. Unless the base of the bullet's also encased, then it's a total metal jacket. So the difference with the hollow point is at the center, the nose isn't complete. It has a cavity in the middle to help facilitate expansion. Hornady will put a polymer tip inside of this hollow point to help control that facilitated expansion as they advertise.
So if it's a Hornady brand, you can actually open the box up and see if it has that pink tip or red tip. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember when they started doing that? How long ago?
I do not.
All right, let's get to your report. This is 13. What was requested here?
So the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office and someone from the District Attorney's Office requested a firearms analysis, and they provided all of the fired ammunition that you're going to see in this exhibit. And we had agreed with the customer there was a good bit of ammunition, and they had wanted results a little bit quickly. And then the state of the ammunition was there were different degrees of damage. I believe they were recovered possibly from a tree. And so they had just, when bullets hit something, they can acquire damage. It makes comparison of them difficult. We agreed with the customer that instead of doing a comparison of these items, we would group like items together. We would document their manufactured characteristics. Those are the characteristics that help us determine a list of possible firearms that may have fired bullets. And then we would provide that list. And so basically what the report that was received said what caliber they were, if it could be determined, and then a possible list of firearms that may have fired them, but no comparisons were performed.
Now, ma'am, do you ever have to deal with ADAs that ask you to test lots of stuff?
Yes.
How about law enforcement that says, I need you to test all this stuff?
Yes.
Why does the GBI tell us no all the time?
It depends on the circumstances.
Y'all not going to test everything we want, right?
It depends on what questions you're trying to answer. In this specific case, I believe the conversation was, we just really want to know if these items are 38 caliber. And in doing that, with the level of damage these items had sustained that we could see from the packaging, it was, well, once we had, taken a look at them, we're like, well, we can tell you what caliber they are, but they are really damaged. This could take a long time, and time was a factor. We needed results a little bit quicker.
Compromised.
We reached an agreement with the customer that we would provide them with a determined type weapon statement rather than a comparative analysis.
It's a very good answer under oath. I like that. Did you get hit with a lot of stuff? How much was it? Let me do this. This is your report, and yes. There's all this stuff. Did you actually get more than this, but you only tested this?
This was, well, it's possible, but all I have listed under this service are what you see in your list that I would have actually looked at.
So these are the things that no matter how much you got, this is what you end up looking at. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell us what this is.
So this is an evidence list. It looks like there's a lot more, and there definitely is. I received 3 packages, and one of those is my item 33 and 34, and then 35. The first package was 6 357 Magnum cartridges. So a cartridge is a unit of unfired ammunition. So it hasn't been fired. I'm not going to do anything with it except inventory it. And then just skipping down to item 35, that's going to be a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum revolver that I received, basically to see if the manufactured characteristics inside that revolver were consistent with the ammunition that Ms. Kelly looked at the year prior. And then that item 34 package contained several items inside of it that received their own little itemization. So that's why you see the 34A and the 34B. Those are going to be .223 caliber bullets, some 9mm bullets, some bullets and a bullet fragment for which I couldn't determine the caliber, and then some lead fragments as well.
Ma'am, you don't know who Rusty is, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't think you did. So you don't know where that item 35 came from?
The revolver, I do not know where that came from.
Do you know where the other items came from? Besides coming from the sheriff's office.
I have an item source indicated as what was written on their packages, but no, I do not know exactly where they came from.
But you did mention a tree or something like that.
It's possible.
You have a cartridge. Let me see if I can get the monikers correct. Cartridge casing is when you take a bullet out of a box, if you would, has not been fired. Is that what you're talking about?
The cartridge is what you're taking out of the ammunition box.
The cartridge is what you take out, so it's got everything: the primer, the gunpowder, the projectile, everything on it.
That's correct.
So if it's been fired and the casing's laying on the ground, what would you call that?
That's a cartridge case.
Okay. So, and then what I call a bullet, you call the tip that goes out, that leaves the casing itself and is projected down. That is the projectile.
I also call it a bullet,
All
yes.
right. So 34A through H, those are 223 bullets.
Yes, sir.
Did you, when it first came in, did you look at it and go, oh, this is a 223 bullet? You have to actually look under a microscope.
Both.
So you could recognize it?
I can recognize a 223 bullet, but yes, we do take measurements. We weigh it, and then we also look at its just other characteristics. It's just its design characteristics for manufacturer as well.
How different is a 223 and a 5.56?
So they're the same bullet. They're slightly different cartridges. The cartridge itself for a 5.56 by 45 millimeter has an extra grain of powder in it that makes it slightly more, I want to say stronger, faster. Basically, there's an interchangeability issue here. So if you have a firearm that would be chambered for a 5.56, you should only shoot 5.56 because of that extra grain of black powder, increasing that velocity a little bit and making the chamber a little unsuitable for something that has a lower charge. And a 223 firearm, well, I apologize, I misspoke. The 5.56 can shoot that and the 223, but the 223 doesn't have that extra grain of black powder. Its chamber is not outfitted for all of that power, so it should only shoot 223 caliber. But the bullets are the same.
But that would be what we call an AR rifle.
Yes, they can be 223 and or 5.56 or both.
But for those that don't know guns, 223 bullet is not a handgun round per se.
No, so a 223 cartridge is intended to be fired from a rifle-type firearm.
All right. 9mm bullet. So it looks like 34I through 34M. That is a handgun bullet?
It is intended to be fired from like a pistol-style firearm, yes.
All right. In case people don't know firearms like you do, cowboy gun, revolver. Semi-automatic gun is kind of like a Glock or what police carry or something like that. So 9mm, revolver gun, cowboy gun, or semi-automatic?
Traditionally, most commonly fired from a semi-automatic firearm.
And that's the most common is a semi-automatic 9mm.
Yes, sir.
All right. 34N and O just says bullet. Tell us what's going on there.
So for 34N and O, they were, well, for two reasons. They were consistent with a 22 class projectile for which 223 is a family member of, but they were heavily damaged. And I couldn't determine their exact caliber just on their own. So I take each item regardless of what else has been submitted and ask that item, what are you telling me about yourself independent of all other items? So I didn't determine that it was exactly a 223, but it is consistent with the family for which 223 belongs.
Not a handgun.
Not in this case, no.
Right. And then 34P, bullet fragment. What's that?
That is so it's a copper jacketed bullet fragment, which means there was some lead there as well as the outer jacketing material, but it was only a very, very small piece. And it was unsuitable. I know we're going to get there, but it was also unsuitable. So not much I could tell you about it other than it was just a piece of a bullet.
And Q and R and S?
Those were just lead fragments. I have noted for all of them that they are possibly the core of a bullet.
Just go ahead and read your results and conclusion. Then I'm going to ask you to put it in plain English.
Okay, so for the first one, the bullet fragment and lead fragments, items 34F 34N through 34S were not suitable for comparison purposes, meaning they possess nothing that I could use for microscopic comparison, had I even been doing that. The next conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34A through 34H, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from AR-15 style 223/556 by 45 millimeter firearms. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. It's only meant to be an investigative lead. The third conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34I and 34K through 34M, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from Astra, Beretta, SIG Arms, Smith & Wesson, and Walther 9mm pistols. Again, not intended to be an all-inclusive list, just an investigative lead. And then finally, the fourth conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullet, item 34J, reveals it is consistent with being fired from Glock, H&K, IMI, Bursa, and Car Arms 9mm pistols. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. And then I do have one more conclusion at the end on the next page.
All right.
And that one states the microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34N and 34O, did not reveal characteristics that could be used to develop a list of possible firearms from which they were fired.
In plain English, can you tell us how that relates to any 38 special bullets or anything like that?
There was no evidence that was suitable, at least, to determine caliber that was consistent with 38 special caliber. Just all the questions I have.
Good morning, Ms. Bagwell. My name is Michael Ray.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just have a few questions for you. Let's see where to start. Do you have up there, and you may not, and tell me if you don't, the bullet comparison that Ms. Kelly did?
I do.
And I just want to ask you a couple questions about that. With the bullet that was found in the rib, it doesn't have any grain, or it only has, I believe, I'm sorry, I actually don't have a printout of it. It's on the photograph. Under where it says caliber and weight, it doesn't have any weight, correct?
It did have recorded weight. Down lower on that page, she has an actual weight that she took of 28.8 grains. The top part of her documentation, where it says caliber and weight, would be where an examiner records the weight that it's consistent with being for a specific caliber if that determination is being made. There are a couple of weights available in 38 class, so unless it was close to one of those that was manufactured, it would not be provided. It would be like she documented, and it would be a dash.
Okay, so the actual weight of the bullet found in the rib, which is item number 5, is 28.8.
The actual weight is 28.8 grains, yes, sir.
And item number 2, the bullet found in the basement, was 110.
It was 110 grains, yes, sir.
Okay, so Miss Kelly, when she's doing her analysis, she's not able to tell that is actually 38. She's having to compare it to the other bullet found in the basement.
That's correct. She had determined it was 38 based on the manufacturer characteristics that were present, which she did document as being consistent with Hornady. In this particular case, she was asked to compare another caliber or another bullet item that was also consistent with Hornady. It was more intact, so it had a weight that was more consistent with the 38 class. So the reason why she would have intercompared them is because they didn't have any disagreement of the available characteristics that were there. So it was saying, basically, I'm consistent with the 38. I just don't have a weight to help support that, but it needed to be compared to the other 38 caliber projectile.
Okay, so basically she's just making a best guess that she can as to what it is, and the manufacturer based on everything that she knows.
So the manufacturer, she would have resources available. We have our reference ammunition collection as well as the standard ammunition file at the lab. So if something does look like, and we are trained in ammunition as well, so if something looks like it's Hornady, she can double check that with all of our resources. So that would be documented. The weight would be recorded, and if it looks like it's a 38 class, then she could document that it appears to be a 38 class. But it wouldn't preclude her from comparing to another 38 class that she had more available to determine its caliber.
Okay. And with the going to the Hornaday bullets, I'm going to show you a photograph. You've probably not seen it, but it's already been admitted into evidence. Okay, and you just tell me if this is that's large. This is how when y'all see when you look at a well, let me ask you this first. When you look at a bullet, when you're doing your job, you're like, that's a Hornaday bullet.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Because this ain't my first Hornaday rodeo murder trial. And what you look at is you're like, oh, it has that red polymer tip on it, right?
That's one of the features. They also have about 2/3 of the way up that flat surface called the bearing surface. They have what's called a knurled cannular. Other ammunition manufacturers also have it, but the knurled cannular, in addition to hopefully the red polymer tip, but also the structure of those petals in the hollow point, is something that we recognize as being Hornady manufactured.
Okay. And that kernel that you were talking about, is that right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the petals. Let me approach. I don't know if you've seen it or not. This states GBI ME28. You can. You can look in there. Is that? Do you see it flared out? Is that the petal you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you can just switch over to the elbow. Sure. No, it's fine. I can see it.
You can take it out.
No, I gotta get gloves on. It's a whole big thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't do my part, Judge. I'm sorry. It's coming up. Yeah, it's on. While that's loading up, I'll ask you another question. There we go. All right, so like you can
You just set it down and then
set it down and zoom in. Wrong way. So basically, those little things that are poking out, that's the petals that you had just talked about?
Yes, and they have been peeled up. So the previous photo that you showed is a hollow point, kind of what it looks like when it's hit a target. So the petals that are arranged around the nose have little cuts in them, we just call them slits. And so that's what helps those open up kind of like a flower or a mushroom. So those had been kind of peeled back and were obscuring the bearing surface. So Miss Kelly would have peeled them up so she would have more bearing surface available for comparison.
Okay.
So what you're seeing are they're peeled back up.
Okay, so Miss Kelly would have done that.
Yes.
Okay, so she would have peeled it back up. And actually, is it with Hornaday, and Judge, you can switch back to the TV, please. With Hornaday is because when you look at it closely, you can see that those petals are kind of jagged.
They kind of have like, where they're cut, they have a small interior cut as well before the slit. So, and it's not just Hornady. Other manufacturers have the same kind of petal design, but we've just come to recognize Hornady as having a basic, like a triangle with a flat top and then smaller pieces on the sides.
Okay. How long have you been doing firearm stuff?
Since 2015.
Okay. Do you ever have any bullets that you send off to have textile examination done from a bullet?
No, sir. As far as I know, some of our bullets are swabbed for blood analysis, but not for textile chemistry.
Because there is a report that the GBI had done that's already been admitted into evidence, and I believe that is the GBI number 3, that they did an analysis of the bullet from the basement, stating that there weren't any textiles or any characteristics like that on the bullet.
Then I have learned something new today about some of our services. Yes, that would be a section that's not firearms. So if other sections can look at something for a materials type of service, I don't know who would have done this report, but I guess that's something that they are capable of doing.
This person.
Yes. So I was going to state too that our materials analysts are some of our trace evidence analysts that work on teeny tiny particles of evidence called trace materials, and Tatiana was one of our trace examiners. So.
And it would make sense if somebody was shot and it went through clothing and, potentially even exited through clothing, that you could pick up textiles on it. Right?
Yes, and now that you mention it, I believe I just misunderstood the question initially, because we did have something recently where Trace asked us to come over and look and see if they could do a general materials on it, so I just seem to have forgotten that.
Okay, well, I'm glad I brought it back to you.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, now you got something else that you have to do at work. Okay. Now, you had mentioned that these Hornady bullets that, with Mr. Fogus, that these are premium brand bullets.
I would consider it a premium line of ammunition.
And a lot of times you can tell like what's premium and what's not premium by the casing of whether or not it's like the brass or it's nickel or things like that.
It's more commonly for us going to be the design of the bullet itself and independent of the cartridge case and what material it's made of.
And in states number GBI number 13, all of those different bullets that you had looked at, were you aware that those came from like a target area at a piece of property?
No, I wasn't really aware of exactly where they came from.
Were you more curious as to why you were getting a whole bag of bullets?
It was a question that I had asked, yes.
And anything that Mr. Fogus had asked you about, this 357 here, you don't know anything about it, and there was no testing done on it to your knowledge?
All I did was a visual examination of it. I didn't do any comparison on my report, and then I did inform the customer that it did have a different rifling structure, so a different manufacturing characteristics than the bullets that Miss Kelly had previously examined.
Yeah, and I'll come back to that. Sure. But so that's a Smith & Wesson 357.
It is.
Right? Okay. And hold on a minute before we do that. So of all the bullets and everything and the fragments that you looked up here, you didn't see any Hornady bullets at the target range? At least that you noted in your report.
In my report, we don't note ammunition manufacturer, so that information would be in my bench notes. And I believe just purely based on the level of damage everything sustained, I was not able to determine probable manufacturers for any of the items that I received.
Okay, that's fine. And in your training and experience with Hornady being a premium brand, that's not a target shooting brand, right?
Not traditionally, no.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you have stated that brand is geared toward law enforcement.
Some lines, but some lines are specific for civilians as well.
Okay. So, So in this report, you would notice there was a Smith & Wesson that somebody had sent you. We don't know whose it is yet.
Right.
All right. And then in your other report, or not your report, Ms. Kelly's report, that she had believed that it was a FIE, Arminus, Titan, those types of guns.
That's correct.
And that's because of the twist. I believe those type of guns have an 8-right twist.
The guns in the list that Ms. Kelly provided, those specifically came up in the database because they have 8 lays and grooves that turn to the right. And she also measured them as well because they have specified widths at manufacturer. So if we know those widths, we can see those measurements come back in the list of manufacturers that are provided. And then the Smith & Wesson that was submitted, that revolver had 5 lays and grooves.
Okay. And with, because Mr. Fogus asked you about that 357 Magnum is not listed in this group. And you don't have a reason as to why that is not, right?
I do not.
Okay. Because a 357 can shoot a 38.
It can.
Right. Now, but a 38 can't shoot a 357.
It should not.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. And this listing of firearms is not all inclusive.
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, does FIE, Arminus, and Titan, we'll just use those because they're on the report, do they make a 357?
I really can't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. And with what is RG 38 Special Derringer? Can you explain what that is?
Yes. So RG is just another firearm manufacturer, and the 38 Special Derringer is the same caliber, 38 Special, except the firearm type is a little bit different. People tend to classify a Derringer as a type of revolver. Others tend to classify as a type of pistol. Really, the definition for it is just a very small gun designed to shoot 2 cartridges. It's like a pocket gun. It's very small, should fit in the palm of your hand, and typically it has 1 to 2 chambers. Sometimes it can have up to 4.
Okay, and that's a Derringer.
Yes.
But it's not a revolver.
It's not a revolver because it doesn't have a cylinder that rotates. A revolver has a cylinder that rotates, and a Derringer does not have a cylinder that rotates.
Okay. And No further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to make it 12.1. Judge, I'm going to tender now by agreement GBI DOFS 12.1. It goes with the report 12. So we'll tender that into evidence.
All right.
Nope. Thank you. Ma'am, I probably caused this computer to crash. So let's see if I can. No objection. Publish it. No. All right, we were talking about the bullet worksheet. Oh my goodness, I can't see that. Let me just break it down a little bit. And this is Miss Kelly's. What is this? Do y'all have these when you take notes and type some stuff up? Is that what you do?
Yes, this is a part of our bench notes. So anytime we have projectile evidence, we put it on our bullet worksheet.
And then when we were going through this, I think, so what we're looking at here is GBI item 2 and GBI item 5. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And 2 is the projectile from the basement floor, and 5 is from the autopsy. So 2 is from the floor, and then it says right there, ME box labeled UID.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what this caliber and weights and grains, what are we talking about here?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The caliber and weight, we have, what does this line mean?
That line is actually, it's pretty high up on the list because that's one of the first things you want your peer reviewer to see, but you don't fill that one in right from the get-go. You've done some analysis further down on the worksheet first, so that whole line that says caliber and weight in grains is what you have determined the caliber to be based on the available characteristics, and then the weight that it's most consistent with being within that caliber family.
And I think maybe early on there's a question whether or not this was a 380 bullet. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that.
But ultimately the final opinion was this is a 38 special. There's 2 bullets obviously, but one is they both come back to 38 Hornady type bullets. Is that right?
Yes, 38 class Hornady type bullets.
And did you know that the GBI item 5 that was involved in a burning or a fire?
I did not.
So you don't know the source of that or where it's from or anything?
As Miss Kelly's peer reviewer, all I saw was the documentation that said UID, so we didn't even have, at that time during her analysis, an identity for that individual.
But as you said earlier, sometimes you get bullets and they're deformed or messed up, and that could be from the conditions of where it was.
Yes.
All right, then what else do we have on here? Problem manufacturer. So you got item 2 and 5. What are we talking about here?
That would be who it's consistent with based on its design characteristics. So for the first column where it says Hornady with a red polymer tip and a knurled cannulars, kind of what I described in the photographs that were shown. It's consistent with Hornady based on those features. And then the other column, it says it's consistent with Hornady, but she only remarked 1 knurled cannular. It had to be similar to the other items, knurled cannular and appearance, because it wasn't basically saying I'm different. It's saying I'm similar. I could be Hornady as well.
And I always want to say lanes, like a bowling lane and grooves, but it's lands and grooves and twists. What is that?
So when a barrel is manufactured by a fire manufacturer, what is cut into the barrel are actually grooves, and they are cut into a spiral pattern. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it imparts spin on the bullet to help improve the bullet's accuracy upon leaving the barrel. When the grooves are cut into the barrel, they leave the grooves, but the spaces between the grooves are the lands. And when the bullet passes down the barrel, it picks up impressions from the grooves and impressions from the lands.
And then damage for item 2, which is from the basement, item 5, which is from the ME. It is noticed some damage to item 5, is that right?
Yes.
Let's see. And then again, the match goes up to the 38 Special Hornady bullet. And that's item 2. Item 5, both of those are Hornady brand. Is that right?
Item 2, she determined is Hornady brand. And then item 5, she said it's consistent with Hornady. Not to exclude other manufacturers, but it's more consistent with Hornady, or else she would not have documented it that way.
Right. And Mr. Ray said that it was a guess. And I think I know what he's saying about that. But y'all don't guess at your job, do you?
No, we use what's available to make us, what we have available in data to provide us with conclusions. So instead of just saying Hornady, she put consistent with Hornady, meaning it's not inconsistent with other manufacturers, it's more consistent with Hornady, but I wouldn't quote unquote die on this hill that it is Hornady. She also included a note stating at the bottom of that worksheet, it's more consistent with Hornady than other calibers within the 38 class family.
That's because you're a scientist, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because us lawyers ask you questions and you just can say what the science holds. Is that true?
That's all I can say, yes, sir.
I mean, you're not in this business to say something for this side or something for this side, right?
No.
I mean, if I told you to say something, you're going to tell me to go jump in the lake, right? If it was not consistent with the science,
I would
kindly
say
you're
it
going to
a little bit nicer, yes.
Right, but you're not going to just agree with me because I work for the state.
No, sir. We can be called as witnesses for either side.
And you can and have disagreed with prosecutors before.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed with a prosecutor?
Perhaps just last week, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these brands that we have here, FIE, Arminus, Titan, some of these brands, it's not a Springfield. Is that right?
That's right.
It's not Smith & Wesson. Is that right?
Not in this particular list. That's correct, yes.
Yeah, it's not a Glock.
No.
It's not some type of well-known or other type of brand. These are a particular brand. Are these less common known than others?
Yes, I would say out of that list, the ones that I've personally seen in casework the most are the Arminius brand revolvers.
And are those top shelf guns, middle shelf guns, low shelf? By low shelf, you know what a high point is, right?
Yes, sir.
Is high point a very cheap gun?
It is.
All right, then you've got, what's the most expensive type of gun you think is out there right now, pistol-wise?
Well, typically the most expensive guns that we receive in casework are going to be those that are owned by our officers.
Okay. So a nice Glock or something like that.
Or like a nice Delton rifle, for example.
So
not an Arminius revolver.
Where do these brands fall in? Top shelf, middle shelf, or bottom shelf?
I can only speak for Arminius because I've seen that the most in my personal experience. It's a very cheaply made revolver.
Are you familiar with the other ones, where they all fall?
I've seen them, but those are mostly from our reference collection, which have been handled by a lot of trainees. So they're not in the best shape either, but I don't know if that's a result of their poor manufacturing or all of our handling of them.
Now, to be clear, this GBI item 35, this Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum, that is not consistent with the item GBI item 2 and 5. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just with the basically, here's what it really boils down to. You can tell me if you agree. Is y'all don't know what kind of gun was used to fire these bullets, right?
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. The easy way to solve that problem. So we don't know that, and going to no, not the photograph. Where's the comparison at?
It's 12.1 if you go to the file.
No, I got it. All right, going into the comparison with the section of damage, some expansion of HP. What do you mean by HP?
HP is our acronym for hollow point.
So you got to say that. You said it so fast.
I'm sorry. HP is our acronym for hollow point.
Okay, so some damage to a hollow point.
Some expansion to the hollow point, which is what we would expect when a hollow point is fired. However, we have seen hollow points that experienced no expansion, in which case, if there was no other damage to that projectile, we wouldn't have anything documented there.
In your opinion, looking at this photo, which is Thrasher 287, is that limited damage, limited expansion?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there's this part in your report. Let's see, the weight is 110 grains, 38 special Hornady bullet, even though we've already established that item 2 is believed to be a Hornady. item 5, possibly a Hornady because of item 2. Fair?
It's possible.
And other characteristics.
Yes, it's other manufacturing characteristics, and she did have two that she could put side by side, which helped her, along with our resources where we would see how much or what a 110 grain Hornady 38 Special looked like. She would have been able to do that side by side comparison and see that it is more consistent with that than any others. But it's just consistent with that because she was not certain that that is what it was.
Okay. And then last thing is the report also, or the bench notes, also BS longer than 380. Is that trying to say that, trying to rule exclude 380?
Yes.
What's BS?
It's the bearing surface, and that length varies depending on the caliber. So 380 bearing surfaces are a lot shorter when compared to the bearing surface of a 38 class, like a 38 Special bullet.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm done, Judge.
All right, I got a couple. All right, that last report. So when the other experts have testified, we have heard a lot of consistent with X or consistent with Y. Okay, for example, this is consistent with blood, but hasn't been identified as blood yet. Okay, another testimony. All right. Now, the report comparing the two 38 bullets, the one that was indicated that was found in the ribs in the fire, and the bullet that was indicated that it was found on the floor. The report says they are identical.
Yes, Your Honor.
They were fired from the same gun.
Yes, that's going to be based on their characteristics that they picked up from the firing process from the same firearm. So those two items, whether one is Hornady and the other is not Hornady, they were fired from the same firearm, but the ammunition itself might be two different manufacturers.
All right, so that's not a consistent with, that is it's from the same thing, that's a certainty.
Yes, that's an identification statement.
All right. Now, I was going to go back, so you kind of covered the Hornady thing. Was there additional analysis that could have been done to determine whether those were the same, the composition of the bullets was the same and therefore the same manufacturer?
In terms of firearms analysis at the lab, what we're going to do is document those design characteristics and their probable manufacturer, but that's where it stops for us.
So y'all don't, that would require additional testing from someone who would do it on a molecular level, or could you not compare it with the microscope?
Well, we do put ammunition side by side on the scope, or we can, to see if those ammunition manufacturing characteristics are the same, but with damage as well, it kind of makes just seeing those manufactured characteristics hard to compare as well.
So that was my next question. So the issue with the determination whether the bullets are the same manufacturer is based upon the condition of the second bullet.
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. I think everyone knows, but I don't think you said specifically, but what's the point of what's the purpose of a hollow point?
So the hollow point, as it's advertised by ammunition manufacturers that make hollow point ammunition, is for that facilitated expansion. It is advertised by the manufacturer that it's a greater stopping power for that type of projectile.
All right. So you don't necessarily, the GBI doesn't take a position on whether that's accurate or not?
That's correct.
All right. Now, my understanding is that the bullet then expands, right?
Yes, sir.
Upon impact.
Yes.
And then creates more damage. Is that fair? Or maybe not. Depends on what it hits, would depend on the amount of damage, but can cause a larger pathway through the object that it strikes.
Yes, I have seen, and we have had Hornady come to the lab to do some test fires in ballistic gelatin. So when you consider ballistic gelatin, that I have seen personally in my experience, a full metal jacketed bullet that doesn't have a center cavity in the nose travels a little bit farther, and the path is a little bit more narrow. And the hollow point bullet travels not nearly as far, stops a lot sooner because it's been expanded to stop, and then the area around that path is a bit larger.
All right. And along with those lines, you compare, have you done other comparisons with projectiles for the amount of damage or path or something similar to that, where you can see the difference between other rounds?
No, sir. The only reason I said what I just said was based on them coming and providing us with a lecture on their new lines of ammunition. So at the GBI, we don't worry about anything with ballistic gelatin. Just when they have the opportunity to see it, would I be able to make a statement on it.
If a hollow tip and then the purpose of the polymer tip is to keep it spiraling longer and then cause the spread more, or it's just
it's difficult to say. The ammunition,
it may have some purpose, but it also may be a marketing gimmick.
Right. So that's why I state that that's how the manufacturer advertises. What the purpose of that flex tip is more controlled expansion of that hollow point.
All right. If a hollow point bullet were to enter into a body and exit that body, what would the resulting exit wound probably look like?
I'm afraid I can't testify to that.
All right. That would be somebody else's department.
Yes, sir.
Now, your original premise, getting the big packet of stuff from either the investigators, detectives, DA's office, whoever. I anticipate you got sent a big bag of bullets and said, hey, do any of these match the 38s?
That was the initial premise for receiving that from the
And
sheriff's
you
office.
said, if y'all want me to do that, you, meaning the GBI,
Right.
y'all said, okay, then we have to pull out each bullet, put it under the microscope, compare it with all the other two known bullets to see if they match. We can probably do that with an eyeball test saying, hey, that's a 223 by sight, and then I don't have to go into the microscope and examine the bullet.
Well, so actually I did put every item under the microscope. I just didn't do a side-by-side comparison between any items.
Right.
So
You still did your analysis on each bullet to say what it was, but you didn't then compare it to the other two bullets.
Right. So the question, like you asked earlier, was, are any of these 38 caliber? So at the time, the agreement with the assistant manager of the firearms section and the customer, Mr. Clifford Broughton at the district attorney's office.
Let's make sure they're not 38s first before I do any under the microscope side-by-side analysis.
Was that we agreed that we would determine the caliber and provide a DTW, which is a determined type weapon, for the bullets, but that we would not do a comparison at this time.
And then if any of those came back as 38s, then you would go to the next stage potentially of looking at them.
I'm uncertain because that didn't happen. Right.
All right. All right. Based upon my questions, anyone else have any follow-ups?
No, you're not.
All right. You can step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I always enjoy learning something here.
I am Angela Phillips. I work at Burn Foreman. I was Mr. Farris's assistant for almost 28 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about where you started at Burn Foreman and your move to Georgia?
I started as a temp right after my husband got a job in Birmingham after we got out of the Navy. They hired me the first week. I started working for Mr. Farris and another attorney at that time. We were there for 5 years. I always wanted to live in Atlanta. My brother and sister-in-law were here, but my ex-husband took the job in Birmingham basically without even asking where I wanted to be. So when the job came open in Atlanta, we discussed moving. He wasn't interested. We were in marriage counseling at the time, and later we went through a divorce, and then I asked to be transferred to Atlanta when we were going through not custody, but visitation. I was going to stay in the house. He was supposed to see our daughter, every other weekend on Wednesdays. And then he started, oh, I can't get her tonight, oh, maybe, so he wasn't going to keep any kind of schedule. So I then asked for the transfer to Atlanta where he would have to adhere to a schedule.
Okay, so what year was that when you asked for the transfer to Atlanta?
95.
Okay. And did you end up transferring to the Atlanta office?
I did.
And you were still with Burn Foreman?
Yes.
Okay, and who were your attorneys? Was it attorney or attorneys that you were assigned to?
I was, so originally it was Gary and Ginger Busby. Then I transferred from Ginger to Darren Collier. And so I was working for Darren and Gary even once he transferred to Atlanta. And then I had a new associate also, whose name I don't recall.
And so you tend to work for multiple attorneys at one time?
Yes, I currently have 5.
Currently you have 5? So when you transferred here from Atlanta, how long had you known Gary?
5 years.
5 years. Did you work with him the whole 5 years prior to coming to Atlanta?
I did.
When you came to Georgia, apart from your brother-in-law, let me ask you this. Where did you move to in Georgia when you came to Atlanta?
So Darren Collier, who I worked for in Atlanta, his mother lived in Marietta. And she actually showed me around, helped me find an apartment. And eventually we found one in Alpharetta.
Tell me about your early professional relationship with Gary. How well did you know each other?
I mean, we talked about the kids and what we did on the weekend. He'd tell me about his honey-do list, ball, whatever the kids were doing, family stuff.
And at that time, did you know much about Melody Farris, Gary's wife?
Not really, not a lot. I think I'd met her once or saw her in the office when she brought the baby and the toddler.
So that would have been Chris and Scott or the girls?
The little girls.
The girls. And I want to get into a little bit about how your relationship with Gary evolved over time. Can you tell the jury, when you moved to Georgia, did your relationship with Gary ever cross from professional to personal?
Unfortunately, it did.
Okay, can you tell the jury briefly about when that was?
It was probably in 95. It wasn't ongoing. I wouldn't classify it as an affair. We just became very close, especially once I moved here. I didn't know anybody else other than my brother and his wife, and they lived in Hiram at the time. And I was in Alpharetta, so that was over an hour drive.
You lived in Alpharetta?
I lived in Alpharetta. And I did make one friend that was actually the assistant of one of our clients in the same building where we worked in Midtown. And then she lived in Alpharetta nearby. So, and she had 2 little girls, just a little older than my daughter.
And when you say that your relationship with Gary went from professional to personal, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, he became more of a confidant and a friend and an encourager on the weekends where I would have to take my daughter to meet her dad were very difficult for me. And so he was a shoulder that I leaned on. And then unfortunately, there were a couple of instances where, long hours, sometimes alcohol involved, things crossed a line.
And it became physical?
Yes.
How long would you say that the physical relationship lasted?
Well, it wasn't an ongoing thing. It wasn't like planned. A few occurrences maybe over the course of a year and a half, maybe.
Did it extend beyond the 90s?
Oh, definitely not.
How did it stop, and why did it stop?
Well, it stopped because I became friends with Melody and the girls, and I was such a mess back then, and not having friends. But then I got involved in a church, and the person that I was up until that point, age 30, was so different than the person I was at 30, 31, 32. I was going through that. And then I was just able to find my way back to the person that I was, to the, with the morals and my relationship with God. And just, I would never want anybody to cheat on me, with my ex-husband. So then when I realized, it's like I was able to separate him from her when I didn't know her.
So at some point, did your relationship with Gary just go back to being professional?
Yes. I mean, we were still friends, but we were able to work through, and we had an excellent working relationship. We were a team, and I still miss that,
How many years total did you work for Gary?
It would have been 28 in October if he had lived that year in 2018. I just celebrated my 34th anniversary with the firm last week.
Okay, so 28 years.
Yes.
Just short of 28 years with
Yes.
Gary. Okay. So over those 28 years, you saw Gary almost every single day in the office.
Yes.
Did Gary share with you information regarding his relationships with his family?
Yes.
And did you have access to Gary's financial situation?
Yes.
To
some degree.
Okay, can you explain what?
Well,
to what degree?
I mean, I filed his taxes, made copies, and we used to do TurboTax in the office. We would all share the same disk, and so I would photocopy, and then he would share some things.
And in the beginning, would Melody come by the office and see Gary?
Sometimes. I spoke with her on the phone almost every day for several years after I moved.
What would you two have to speak about?
Just anything. She just talked. I mean, I would hear the same stories from her and from him. Sometimes you wouldn't know it was the same story if you didn't know it was the same story, She elaborated more, I guess.
Okay. So I want to move forward a little bit to, let's say, around 2009, 2010.
Okay.
At some point, did you see a change in Gary and Melody's relationship?
Yes, she became increasingly more critical of him in our phone conversations. And he became increasingly exasperated.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry,
for me?
yeah.
You still have a very soft voice.
Oh, sorry.
And I need all of these people to hear you.
Okay.
You said he became increasingly exacerbated.
Well, I mean, he just, I think that's around the time she started kind of disappearing. It's hard to remember the timeline exactly, but I do know that she was angry that he was receiving this Father of the Year award.
Okay. And I want to talk about, you mentioned her disappearing. What is it that you know about that?
I know that she would, go to her friend Sheila's, I think, or she would go to her mom's. Sometimes she would just, I can't remember the years, but I just remember he was only able to know where she was based on the credit card activity.
And at some point, did Gary start receiving his financial documents to the office?
Yes. He did after she ran all the cards up and was basically, breaking the bank. So, yeah.
Do you remember around what year that would have been when he began getting his financial information sent to the office?
Really can't remember exactly, but I'm going to say it was maybe 2016, 2017.
So in 2018, you were receiving information, his financial documents.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, may I approach the witness? Ms. Phillips, I'm showing you State's Exhibit Phillips 1. And I want you just look right there. Is that the office address down in the middle of that page?
It was at the time.
At the time, in
Right.
2018?
Yes.
State moves into evidence State's Exhibit Phillips 1.
Okay, but
Okay, is this the exhibit I just showed you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the address at the time in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And so this states that Mr. Farris had a credit card ending in 1727 mailed to the office.
Right.
Okay. Now, would you receive his mail?
Yes.
Can you tell me, well, the date on that is reversed. Is that 15/6/2018?
Yes.
So it'll be June 15th, 2018. Does that sound about right when you
Right.
would have received that credit card?
Right. I remember that new card coming.
You remember that new card coming
Yeah.
in? All right. I want to talk about, jury's heard a little bit about Mr. Farris's spells.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jury if you've witnessed one of those spells?
Oh, many.
And what would happen to Mr. Farris when he was
Well, he would complain of dry mouth and kind of a burning in his throat, but you would know he would fall asleep at his desk. I mean, sometimes he would, be in his chair. Sometimes he would sit on the sofa. And a lot of times in the afternoon, he would go in and close the door and just say, I'm taking my 15. But a lot of times that extended beyond 5 o'clock. And I would have one of the associates or paralegals work on later, check on him before they left to make sure he could drive.
Did he, do you remember in 2018 when Mr. Farris was in the hospital?
I do.
And how did you know about that?
I believe Melody called me.
Okay, what was that conversation like?
Well, just kind of matter of fact, she was talking about how he didn't take care of himself and the smoking. So,
Were you concerned when Gary was in the hospital?
a little bit, yeah.
Did you know why he was in the hospital?
Not really.
Were you able to speak with him when he was in the hospital?
No.
Why
It was
that?
my understanding she didn't allow him to have a cell phone.
In the hospital.
Right.
To your, in your experience with Mr. Farris, had he ever been suicidal or had suicidal ideations or expressed thoughts
No,
like that?
absolutely not.
Tell me about Mr. Farris's work ethic and routine.
So typically he would work from home in the mornings, especially after they moved out to the farm, just to avoid the traffic. And then he would come in the office around 10 and often stay beyond 6. I never worked later than 6 unless there was a special project. So, but then I know sometimes he would continue work on after hours or on the weekends because I had the habit of checking my work email on Sunday nights just to see what to expect the next day.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Farris to go, let's say, 24 hours without answering a work email?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
And you said he worked on holidays sometimes? Well, you mentioned the farm and that he would come in a little bit later when they moved to the farm.
Right.
What did you know about them moving out to the farm?
Well, I know it was not his idea. If he had had his way after the kids moved out, he would have bought a condo closer to the office and then maybe gotten a farm or a lake house further out to enjoy on weekends. But I think because she had an affair with a man that had horses, I think he...
Objection, cause speculation.
Okay.
Sustained.
When they moved out to the farm, did Gary change at all?
I don't know about change. I mean, I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm. He liked to do manual labor. I mean, I remember, somebody that makes that much money would normally get a lawn service or have the boys do it. But, he preferred to do it himself. I know part of it was because he knew he could do it right. But I think he just enjoyed tinkering, I remember he always had projects as far back as I remember, and so I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm, but he did not like the distance
from the office,
right? And he was unhappy that it still did not keep her at home.
I want to talk about the week of July 1st, 2018.
Okay.
All right. Now, that Monday, which was July 2nd, did Gary go into the office that day?
I do not recall.
Did he come into the office on July 3rd? That would be Tuesday.
He did not.
How do you know that?
Well, I just recall that we exchanged emails that day.
On the 3rd?
On the 3rd.
And at any point on the 3rd, did you notice he was no longer responding to emails?
Yes, he was no longer responding after sometime between 3 and 3:30, I think.
Is that typical or atypical for him?
It's atypical.
I want to talk about July 5th, when his remains were found. Okay. How did you find out about Gary's remains being located?
So originally, Melody called looking for him. I didn't know anything, and I checked my email on the evening of the 4th, assuming he had replied to the emails from the 3rd, but he had not. And so when she was looking for him, I thought it was odd that she wouldn't know where he was, but I was concerned enough to call, because when you would call, if he was driving, you would get a message, a focus message that he was driving. If you sent a text message, it would come across his email in the office. So I just said, let me know when you find him. And then I don't remember how much later that was. Amanda called to tell me that he had been located.
Do you know what time Melody called you that morning?
It was after 11, but before noon.
After 11, before noon. Okay. And then Amanda called. And what information did you get from Amanda?
That they had found him in the burn pile.
When you received that information, what did you do next?
I mean, I just broke down. I couldn't believe it, I don't know. I just went to my friends and cried and talked about how I couldn't believe what had happened and how could it have happened.
When you spoke with Melody between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., did she tell you when she had last seen Gary?
She called me a second time, so I don't remember if this was the first call or the second, but I think it was that call, the first call, that she said that the grandkids had said, we haven't seen Big Daddy in a while. And she says she recalled seeing him on the 3rd.
Okay, and you mentioned she called a second time. When was that second call?
That was, it was early afternoon, early to mid-afternoon.
And what was that call about?
She talked about his remains being found in the burn pile, and I inquired as to how he got there. I couldn't fathom any way that he got there. She suggested maybe he had a spell and fell in, and that didn't make any sense to me. His spells were never bad enough that he would fall into a fire and not be able to pull himself out. And I asked, would there be an autopsy? To which she said, oh, there's not enough remains for an autopsy, which just made my blood turn cold, and still does.
You could just spend 1 moment. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. That's all I have.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Weaver.
Good morning, Ms. Phillips. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. So I want to go back in time to the year you started with Gary. What year was that?
1990.
And that was over in the Birmingham office.
Correct.
Of Burn Foreman.
That's correct.
Right. And how long had you been working there?
I started working for him the first
Immediately.
week.
You were hired on to him.
I was hired as a temp the first week, but then when they hired me full time, the second week, I was assigned to him.
Right. And you guys, y'all weren't in litigation. Y'all were, explain that a little better.
So, probably creditors' rights, bankruptcy, corporate. And then when the market shifts, we would go to lending. So, if loans are being made, if the economy's good, then we represented the banks for loans. And then if the economy went bad, we would represent the banks against creditors who defaulted on loans.
Okay. Was that all the way through
Yes.
your career? It never shifted?
No.
Okay. And so it wasn't real estate closings, like large closings, correct? Or
That was here.
Okay.
The market has shifted by the time I moved to Atlanta. And it was almost exclusively closings.
Okay. Large real estate
Yes,
transactions.
multi-million-dollar.
Commercial transactions,
Correct.
for the most part.
Mhm.
And large housing developments, too, I imagine.
Shopping centers, those sort of things.
And that's what you guys specialized in
Yes,
by the time you got here in 95.
yes.
So let's go back to in Birmingham, were y'all close?
I mean, we were friendly. We were close-ish, I guess.
Sure. Well, so, you moved, you mentioned your divorce.
Right.
And you divorced in what year?
95.
And what came first? So, you mentioned that you and Gary had a relationship in the mid-90s.
Right.
But what came, were y'all also having the relationship in Birmingham?
No.
All right, so it started when you came to Atlanta.
Yes.
But you were fond of him. Y'all were close.
Yes.
Talking about, I'm sure he consulted with you about your divorce.
Yes.
And you moved here in 95, correct?
Yes.
So let's go back. So, and I do want to remind you of this. You gave us 2 statements in this case.
Right.
And the first statement, you didn't mention anything about the relationship that you had with Gary, correct?
Right.
And then you actually called them to tell them that you did.
Yes, because during the statement, I was not asked about it.
You weren't asked about it?
Nobody asked me about it. And then I was headed back to my desk, and I was pulled to the side by our managing partner.
Who was that?
Eric Durlacker.
Okay.
And the firm's attorney and 2 investigators. I was pulled into a little room, tiny little room, nothing like this, and kind of back against a wood door, asked this question and put on the spot, and I was so shocked by the question, first of all. And I said no, because I didn't want to, I don't know.
And this is the firm, people with the firm.
Right,
Okay.
Mr. Durlacker, and then people with the investigation. But I just didn't want Eric to hear it that way. I didn't want to be put on the spot like that. But then I did reach out because I didn't want it to ever be an issue of credibility. I wanted them to know that I would not lie about it under oath should it come up for any reason.
And here we are, talking about it under oath.
Exactly.
So I do want to go back. You mentioned that you guys did have a romantic relationship.
I wouldn't call it romantic.
You stated in one of that you kissed. You kissed multiple times.
Right.
Right? And then you told, I believe, Detective Kuykendall that you can't remember whether you actually had sexual intercourse with him or not.
Right.
Was that correct? You can't remember?
I can't.
Right. And you guys would meet up and go to hotels, yes?
No, there was a hotel. There was a hotel connected to the office.
At the Hyatt or Georgian Terrace?
No, I don't remember the name of it.
Okay. But you stated that you couldn't remember if you actually had sexual intercourse with him.
No, it was not. I don't recall ever having intercourse, no.
Okay. But you kissed him, and you stayed in hotel rooms with him.
No, he walked me to my hotel room when I stayed over here before I moved.
You described him as a friend, a confidant, and a shoulder to lean on. Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Well, like I said, I didn't have a lot of friends over here at the time because I was new. I felt comfortable talking to him. I mean, he would encourage me to make friends. I remember one weekend I was set to go to like a women's retreat with a church that I just started to, and I was nervous about going there. And he just encouraged me to get out and, make friends and learn to be, to make a life here in Georgia.
And he would talk to you frequently about your situation, your custody situation that you were having at the time. You mentioned that earlier.
Well, I mean, we didn't talk about it often, but yeah, he knew what it was. So on the weekends when I was going to be without her, I would express how sad I was going to be home alone. I remember once he's like, I always have a house full of people, but I wouldn't give for one weekend alone.
That's what he said?
Well, yeah, just kind of, I should try to enjoy.
So when y'all were talking and y'all would have these close conversations, now y'all worked in the same office.
Yes.
And did y'all ever kiss in the office?
No.
So this was just out when y'all were drinking?
Right.
All right. And when did you guys ever discuss Gary leaving Melody for you?
Oh, no.
That never came up, not one time.
No.
So y'all would just talk, y'all would just kiss and have these close conversations, but never talk about actually being together?
No, there was no interest on either end. Mm-mm.
So how did these interactions supposedly stop?
Well, like I said, it's like, I became friends with her and she became a real person to me. He was isolated to me in the office situation. There's one thing to know, but there's another thing to see.
Okay. But, realistically, Melody knew about the two of you.
I don't know.
Okay. And did y'all ever talk about that? Do you remember that?
Melody and I?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
But y'all were close, you and Melody.
We would talk and we did things together sometimes with the girls.
But realistically, y'all's relationship tapered off. What year did you guys move to the Atlantic Station office?
I think we moved there well, we just moved to our new location last year. So we had been in Atlantic Station for 21 years at that point.
Okay, so that would have been, what about 2002?
I guess we moved to Atlantic Station around 2000 or 2001.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
Okay. But that would be the more realistic time that you and Melody, I think you mentioned something about 2010, but your relationship really kind of stopped in the early 2000s with Melody, as far as being close, talking.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. She talked a lot. I couldn't get work done. Once caller ID became available, I just didn't answer.
You just didn't pick up the phone anymore.
No, and sometimes I would, but then she just became more increasingly critical of him. And, I wasn't interested in hearing it.
So you were just kind of ready to get out of their marriage, essentially, at that point?
Well, yeah, after the inappropriate contact, I tried to back away from that. There was a time where they were having problems. I encouraged him to go for marriage counseling. And I said, if she won't go with you, which he alluded to, I said, go for yourself. That's what I ended up doing. And, yeah.
You had access to, obviously his bank accounts and things like that. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Well, I typically didn't open the personal things like that.
But you had access to his Gmail account, right? Gary4250@gmail.com?
Only to the extent that he would forward things to me. Okay. I didn't have a password.
But you saw, if his work email, you had total access to that.
Yes.
Right. And so could you ever see any of his work emails that he would, from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, but Gary was one of those folks that communicated through email, yes?
Yes.
A lot of the time.
A lot.
Even his interpersonal communication with his kids, his wife. Yes?
I don't know if he did with her, but...
What about the kids? Like kids. Emily?
Maybe. I don't recall specifically if there was a lot.
Sure. But did you ever run across any emails with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
You don't remember those?
No.
Did you ever meet Joanne Ward Hill since she works in your building?
I did.
Okay. Did you know that he was attempting to have a relationship with her?
I did.
You did know that?
Mm-hmm.
And that they would talk? Did she come to the office a lot?
No, I think they went on smoke breaks together.
Okay. Would you have considered them dating?
No.
Okay. But you knew that he wanted to pursue something with Joanne, yes?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that?
So Joanne worked at AGG. One of our employees' sister worked at AGG and knew that she knew me. So Joanne's coworker asked my coworker, who called and asked me if Gary was still married.
Okay.
And told me why.
And what do you mean why? Go ahead.
Well, that he had asked Joanne out.
All right. And here's what I'm trying to get you to explain to me. He's out there essentially trying to date Joanne Ward Hill. Therefore, it's reasonable for you to have construed it as paralegal because you are very close to him, right? Mm-hmm. Going through his credit cards, you're getting these notices, opening these notices, his emails, his life. Mm-hmm. You're part of all of it.
Right.
It was fair to say that they were in an open marriage. He's dating, she's dating.
I don't know of him dating per se. I knew that she was having an affair. He knew that she was having an affair because...
Would you not say that sending emails to another woman asking for dates and taking smoke breaks is an affair?
I didn't see him ask her in an email.
Okay. No. How did you know he asked her?
Joanne told Lynn, who told Billy, who asked me if he was still married.
That's a lot of levels of hearsay.
It was. So, and then Joe,
like a textbook definition of hearsay. There you go. Doesn't mean it's not true, but
it would be reasonable to believe that because he was pursuing dating, and as you said, she's having affairs for lives within a marriage. Yes?
Yes, it was my understanding. They lived on different levels of the house.
Different levels of the house. Mm-hmm. Seeing other people. Yes?
I don't know that he saw other people other than trying to ask Joanne out.
Okay.
Because he was sick all the time.
He was sick all the time.
He was either sick or he was working.
And he would have these spells. He would have these spells while Melody was out of town, right?
No, there was about a period of a year where he did not have them when she was gone.
Okay. Now, would it shock you that his son Scott said that he would have spells when she was out of town?
Well, I'm not saying that he never had them when she was out of town. I don't know what was causing them. Maybe it was anxiety. Maybe it was something else. I know that he went to the doctor to be tested, but I also know I encouraged him to get tested for poisoning. And
you encouraged him to get tested for poisoning?
Yes.
Okay. So that's where that idea came from, was from you?
Well, he said at one point that he thought she was poisoning him, and I encouraged him to go to the doctor. And he said that was embarrassing.
When did you ever, have you remarried? Have you moved on since here? Okay.
Well, I mean, I'd never remarried. I didn't want to remarry.
Right. Did you still love Gary?
As a person, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about as, wishing he'd be your romantic partner.
No, never.
And as far as being in the hospital and you allegedly not having cell phone communication, I mean, Gary always had his phone with him, yes?
I think so, yes.
Right, and he was always texting you and calling you.
Yeah.
Emailing you.
Right.
Constantly.
Well, I mean, not constantly.
I mean, it's kind of absurd to think that, if I go to the hospital, the first two people I'm going to call is my wife and my paralegal.
Right.
Because they are the two most important people in my life. Right. They run my life. So you would have had communication with him because he would have had to have talked to you about, hey, we've got this case coming up. We're going to have to move that closing. So that would be reasonable, yes?
Yes, but I was told he wasn't allowed to have his phone.
Who told you that?
I think Melody said she wanted him to rest, so she didn't give him his phone.
Well, then that'd be pretty reasonable, too. If he's trying to rest in a hospital, he's had a spell, maybe he doesn't need to work.
Right.
Well, but you insinuated that she somehow built this barrier between you and cut him off and hid him in the hospital away from you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I didn't have any contact with him during that time.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Are you ready?
Ms. Phillips,
Did you know how Gary felt about Melody having affairs?
Well, yes.
And how was that?
Well, I mean, he was obviously not happy about it. Especially since there were multiples. I remember the first time, and I don't know that this turned into an affair. I just remember him leaving the office sick one time. This is at least 25 years ago, because she'd gotten an email from some man talking about her legs and her red painted toenails.
And that was a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Did Gary ever express to you his state of mind when it came to if he were to pass away?
I know that he talked about changing his beneficiary information, that he did not want her to get another penny of his money because of the way she had wasted it and kept cheating.
Did he ever express to you his, and when I say state of mind, the way he felt and at the moment, at the time, as if something were to happen to him?
Well, we had a conversation about, I said, you need to go be tested for poisoning. If you don't want to go to our regular doctor, we have the same doctor. And obviously I couldn't tell the doctor to test him. I said, go to a different doctor. He went out on a smoke break and he came back and he said, well, you'll know what to tell Dateline if I die mysteriously.
And that was
that Melody
kind of in jest in a way.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Weaver.
A moment, please, Judge. Do you remember that Gary would keep, actually, and whether for medical purposes or for his own personal purposes, because he's a very organized person, right?
Yes.
That he would actually keep a log of his spells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And would he turn that over to his doctors?
No.
Would he actually go to the doctor?
He did.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What was the theory on what was causing these spells from the actual doctor?
They couldn't find anything.
They checked his blood sugar?
They checked everything.
All right. Did he mention to him, let me slow down. Did they ever mention that that, of course, he's a rather large guy and he was in very bad shape?
Mm-hmm.
Was that ever a possibility?
Well, he was on blood pressure medicine or whatever.
Blood pressure medicine.
Mm-hmm.
How many packs a day would he smoke?
Hard to say. Too
Could
many.
you guess?
I think he would maybe smoke 2 or 3 every time he would go down, which was at least once an hour.
So 2 or 3 cigarettes per smoke break.
Right.
Every hour.
Probably.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And that's a fact. I mean, you were with him for so many years, you would know this.
Right.
And he would drink Mountain Dew constantly, yes?
Yes.
Right. So he was not in good shape.
No.
And he would just lay down at the office for hours, sometimes.
Well, he would fall asleep in his chair sometimes, and then other times he would go and just not be able to hold his head up and would sleep on a sofa.
And he'd been at the office for hours by that time, right?
Usually.
Right? Mm-hmm. So that afternoon he would have a spell.
Right.
Hadn't been home.
Sometimes he would have the spells at home and not make it in.
Right. But those days that he was at the office, he hadn't been home. Melody hadn't stopped by and given him a special drink or anything like that. He just had a spell.
Right.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have nothing further questions.
All right, you step down.
My name is Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burr & Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice of
Oh,
Burr & Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years.
22 years?
Yeah.
And do you know Gary Farris?
I do.
How do you know Gary Farris?
Gary and I we first met, back before I became a Burr & Foreman attorney. we were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burr and Foreman, and at a certain point in time, I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Farris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that, we each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area and everything, you know how it is, commute-wise, and we worked so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But, we would get together, play golf sometimes, go out and shoot ski, and go, I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together. But, most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But, I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine.
Did you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I mean, I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding. Went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transactional lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions, construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks, high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders, and it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. Our clients were very demanding, justifiably so, and our work ethic and was always, we did and took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, we were dealing with financial institutions in New York and Boston and California and other places. So oftentimes there would be time frames where you'd be doing a transaction out in California. They'd be 2 or 3 hours behind us, depending on what time of the year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with the client 10 o'clock our time, 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Farris have any professional enemies?
No. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers. We're not plaintiff's attorneys. We don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice some bankruptcy law. So he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
Would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Was he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah. To the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, maybe in his teens. And I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary. And he struck me as a young kid. And then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Farris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm. And our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures and organizational funds. But the way that our firm works is you have two levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners. And then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that, as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you receive it back is when you're no longer an equity partner.
Was Gary?
But you do have to put it in. The opposite's not true. You got to put it in every year.
Right.
So,
Was Gary a partner?
yeah,
Equity
Gary
partner.
was an equity partner.
And did you continue to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I did for a short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about?
After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But I took the opportunity to ask Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me.
What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that she got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house with a blower. And she finished that up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children. And my recollection is it was her daughter, Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake, came back home. She had 2 girls with her. I think one of them was her granddaughter, and one of them was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clark, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Clark. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Few quick questions. Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
Like you called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was. I told him what I did. And I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, etc. And I called them because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was. And if there's nothing after that, that's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that?
I don't, what,
You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. I talked to Detective Hayes. Can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
from Chris,
right? Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent asking me, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Farris.
I did not. I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked to Detective Hayes, to my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree, it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
Okay. But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
To refresh your memory?
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
We'll need to get outside the presence first and get back. So anything else you'll ask them before we go down that road?
No.
All right, y'all step out. There we go. Now try it.
This is my Mr. Carter. Hey, Mr. Carter, it's Detective Hayes from the Sheriff's Office. How are you?
All right. Let's pause it and tell them what you're doing.
Well,
At this time, I'm playing a recording that you made of the phone call that you made to Detective Hayes to help refresh your memory. And you judge, if you want, I don't have this timestamp and there's no transcript of this, so I'm going to move it kind of forward. It was towards the end of the interview, I believe. Play the whole thing. 17 minutes. What's that? I don't have it admitted, but we'll call this Clark 1.
but I felt like I called about those the weekend, and I felt like I should at least relay this information. Gary was my law partner and my friend, and he and I'm assuming, I know that the remains have not been identified, but I'm assuming that that's who we're talking about. Gary's oldest son, Chris, called me on July 5th in the afternoon. And, after I had heard the news from two of our partners in our Atlanta office, and by the way, I practiced in Atlanta for the last 25 years. I just recently moved out of town to one of our other offices. So I'm somewhat familiar with the Farris property and very familiar with Gary's family, his children, so on and so forth. But anyway, Chris called me on Thursday afternoon, and he said, I guess you've heard that my father has passed away. And I said, yeah, Chris, I heard, and, I'm so sorry, so on and so forth. And we were just kind of chatting. He was like, I'm trying to figure out what to do. And I want to do what my dad would want me to do, so on and so forth. And then during the course of that conversation, we're talking about his father's death. He made at least one comment that kind of made me think, well, why did he say that? And which was, my parents have been having problems, which I knew. Gary was a fairly personal person when it came to his personal life, so he didn't share a lot. But, when you spend so much time with somebody, you pick up on things and so on and so forth. So I thought that was an odd statement during the course of the conversation. When we were talking about his dad passing away, what he should do and how he should take care of things. That's how his dad was going to do, so on and so forth. And that was kind of the gist of that conversation. So I hung up and then came into the office the next day. Chris called me back on Friday morning, and we started talking again. And it was at that point in time, we didn't know what had actually happened. And when I say we, I'm talking about people at our law firm and myself and so on and so forth. We all assumed that Gary had passed away from a heart attack. We know that he had been having some medical issues, so on and so forth. So during the course of that conversation, Chris started telling me about what happened. And one of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me. He said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time. His car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother Scott and Gary's wife Melody started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott started stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, etc. But, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that they found a rib bone that had a bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a .38 caliber bullet, and that there's a .38 caliber weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that, and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, playing, television detective or whatever. But I would think that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told me that. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I better tell somebody about that.
Yeah, and there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was actually the one that pointed out to us, or when I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago. During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a .38 because the .38 is missing. So,
and again, detective, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
Right. We do appreciate I appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everything is that, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I don't know whether he related that to you guys or not. That's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him he doesn't need to be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful. Again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right. Are we bringing back in?
Yes, Your Honor. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right. And you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Well,
Let's try to contain what he's talking about.
Let's contain that too. And I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday.
So my recollection is that, and actually thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh
Right,
your memory.
not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you'd had with Chris?
All right, so I relayed
to
Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, but I was kind of concerned about, okay, this is early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on, just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a .38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a .38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special. It was 38, yeah.
38 was pulled from his father.
Yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, that the information was...
Said to you.
Well, but
okay,
I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. After speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you relayed what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again.
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I was simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation. I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation. And I was completely shocked by that because, again, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we found out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what people had told me. Especially because it was just right there, the 5th.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else? All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Durlacker.
Mr. Durlacker, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
Where are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer with Burr and Foreman.
What kind of law is that?
We're a full-service commercial law firm with offices throughout the Southeast.
How long have you been with Burr and Foreman?
25 years.
Did you have the opportunity to know Gary Farris?
I did. I worked with Gary. Gary Farris hired me at Burr and Foreman.
When was that?
I started March 1st, 1999.
And do you work here in the Atlanta office or somewhere else?
I work in the Atlanta office.
Mr. Durlacker, could you please tell the jury when you first heard about Mr. Farris's remains being discovered?
Sure. It was July 5th. I was at work and I heard the news from Angela Phillips, who works in my office. She was upset, and myself and another attorney in my office took her into a conference room to talk to her. And that's when we heard that Gary's body was found on the burn pile.
Can you tell the jury about your relationship with Gary?
Sure. We were friends. We were co-workers. Like I said, he hired me. He trained me. So we worked closely together for a number of years. And I owe a lot to who I am as a lawyer to Gary.
Would you all share personal information about your families to each other?
Small talk. We would talk about our families, what's going on with kids. My kids were younger than his, so he could be a source of wisdom, having gone through it before. But that was about it.
Can you tell the jury, please, about when you found out that Gary was in fact murdered?
It was sometime after July 5th. I can't remember the exact date, but I can remember it was in the context of that a bullet had been found in his rib.
Who was it that told you that information, that relayed that to you?
I can't remember who exactly told me that.
Was it someone from the family or somebody else, like law enforcement?
Just going back, I can't remember if it was someone from the family or law enforcement. I talked to both a good bit during those early days.
Who did you communicate with from the family?
Around that, what I'll call early to mid-July period, I had a number of conversations with Melody Farris, and then I had one conversation with Amanda Farris.
Tell the jury about your conversations with Melody Farris during that time in July.
Sure. We had an early conversation. Melody, in fact, might have reached out to me as returning a phone call that I had placed just to see how everything was going. I'm just trying to think of exactly what we discussed, but is whether they had heard anything about Gary, what was going on. And like I said, it was, I think that day, later that day that she and I spoke, and confirmation that Gary was found on the burn pile. And she also offered that there was no foul play involved.
When was that phone? Do you recall what date that phone call was?
Yes, that was later in the day on July 5th. I had spoken with Angela around midday, around noon. She had gotten the news from, I believe, from Amanda. And then later in the day is when I spoke with Melody.
Did you know anything about Gary's spells?
Yes, I knew some about those.
Did most of the people in the office generally know that he would have those moments?
A number of us did, yes.
Did you ever see him have one of those?
Not personally where I saw the spell as if you were to have one right now, but I was around when he was in his office. I knew he was laying down because he was having one.
And did you have a subsequent conversation with Miss Farris after that call on the 5th?
We had a few conversations. We had that first one on the 5th and a few after that. Police were at the house looking through things, had taken the phones. Once she had called me from a neighbor's house. I believe I even supplied her with the name of a criminal lawyer as well.
What was your relationship like with Melody Farris during this time?
Fine. I would say cordial. We didn't spend a lot of time with each other, but we would see one another at firm events from time to time.
Did she ask you any questions about Gary's finances or documents in the office or anything of that nature?
It came up in one of the calls in the context of she did not want anyone to come in to take papers or to go through any affairs, that she was reluctant to have Emily Farris or her husband come in and to do anything, so that her preference was that we wouldn't let anyone into the office.
That's something she expressed to you over one of the phone calls?
Correct.
Did she volunteer information about her whereabouts from the 4th or the 5th?
Yes. She had told me that they were at the lake I believe all day on the 4th, that they hadn't gotten back until late. Didn't think about seeing where Gary was until the next morning when the grandkids were asking where Big Daddy was, which he told me that's what the grandkids called Gary. And it was at that point that they realized he wasn't in the house, and that Chris and Scott went looking to try to find him. His phone and his keys were in the house, so they weren't sure where he was.
After the days following finding Mr. Farris's remains, did you speak with law enforcement as well?
I did.
And did law enforcement ever come to the office and gather documents from the office? Did your firm provide documents as well?
Yes, they came to the office. We met with them. We showed them where the office was. They requested certain documents from us, which we had our IT group help to download from the computer that could be sent to them.
At this time, Judge State would move to tender State's exhibits, Durlacker 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
All right, they're met.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Durlacker, if you could please review these. I'm going to pull them up on the computer. Okay, I'm pulling up Durlacker 1.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that we are looking at here in State's Exhibit Durlacker 1?
It's a stack of papers that's entitled Current Elections and Beneficiary Designations. And when I turn the page, it looks like the type of information that we have to fill out on an annual basis for enrollment in our benefit plans.
Benefit plans?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these Mr. Farris's benefit plans?
It says to us as benefit plan enrollment, Gary W. Farris.
Okay, and these came from your office. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had requested these from HR.
And so these are benefits that Mr. Farris elected himself into.
That's correct. We have a pretty robust benefit plan at our law firm, and so you can buy additional or you get a certain baseline, and then you have to fill out some information such as beneficiary designations.
And do the partners get additional options for benefits?
There's some additional life insurance that you can purchase. That's correct, both in terms of life, accidental death and disability, and long-term disability.
And does it appear that Mr. Farris elected into basic term life, accidental death and policy?
It does appear he paid the premium to opt into the optional accidental death and disability, and as well as the buy-up for the life insurance policy.
Okay. And then he also, it appears that he signed up for an optional accidental death at
Correct.
the bottom. Okay. This next page appears to be the beneficiaries of Mr. Farris's policies.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and who is that beneficiary?
It appears there's one current beneficiary, and it's Melody Farris for 100% of the primary percentage.
This appears to be a summary of some sort for the previous year, maybe?
It appears so. It looked like the prior page was the 2017 coverage. Looks like this page that you're scrolling through is the 2018 benefits coverage.
Okay. So you have to re-enroll into these benefits every year.
That is correct. I think it's in January, but once a year you have to re-up, even if you just want to keep the same coverage or to change it.
And that's typically what people call open enrollment period.
That's exactly right.
And everybody does it at the last minute.
Correct.
It appears that did your firm do the highlighting for the current information?
That I don't know.
Okay. This appears to be when Melody Farris was added as beneficiary in 2012. And then, so primary beneficiaries here under the profit sharing. Now, what is the profit sharing?
Sure. As a partner in the firm, we're all enrolled in the profit sharing plan where a percentage of the profits are put into the plan. And you can also go up to a statutory maximum each year with your own dollars, but regardless of whether you make contributions, so much of the profit of the firm will be put in on a quarterly basis for the benefit of all the partners.
And this states that the beneficiary effective date was April 10th, 2018, and it was Melody Farris. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to open Durlacker 3, which is sort of a nice little summary of what we were just looking at. This was provided by your firm as well.
That is correct.
And this breaks it down through your carrier of Lincoln Financial. And it appears to be Gary Farris's enrollment for each term life, accidental death, equity partner, the buy-up, and the optional. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So that just says how much each coverage is. And then this is a separate one down here. Is that accurate?
That's the profit sharing plan, and our custodian of record is Empower.
Okay. And so Melody appears to be the beneficiary of all of those as well.
That is correct.
Can you describe Mr. Farris's work ethic with the firm?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Gary had a sterling reputation in the legal community. I don't know if you've heard this already, but he practiced in an area that's called commercial real estate and worked with a lot of banks and financial institutions. He was incredibly intelligent, responsive, and very practical minded at the same time, which is always a unique combination of skills in a lawyer.
Would the individuals in your firm often work on holidays?
Yes.
Was he fairly prompt with responding to emails?
Absolutely. To be a good lawyer, you have to be prompt in responding to clients.
Go back to these numbers here and the amount of coverage. So for the term life, it appears to be $500,000. Then the accidental death, the group accidental death is another $500,000. The life equity partners, $400,000. So we're at $1.4. And then the buy up is another $300,000. So that's 1.7. And then the optional accidental death is another 500. So that would be 2.2.
That's right. It looks about it to be $1 million of accidental death and disability. And then in terms of life insurance, it's, what would that be? 1.2.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Durlacker. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Durlacker. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. I want to go back and talk to you briefly. Okay, right here, this highlighted portion, we're talking about something in 2012, and it looks like we've moved Ms. Farris from a contingent to a primary. Is that what that means?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, so that means prior to that, she was not the primary beneficiary of any of his life insurance.
She would be a contingent beneficiary, which means if something were to happen, if one of the primary beneficiaries were predeceased, then the residual would go to the contingent beneficiary.
Did you have records, or did you know who was the primary prior to Melody becoming the primary in 2012? I
would assume our HR people have that, but okay. I don't know that.
You don't know. But we do know that as of 2012, she was moved from the contingent to the primary.
That's what this appears to show. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know the jury's loving hearing about all these numbers, but I've got one more question and I will sit down. Can you explain to me how the profit sharing system at Burn Foreman worked and what was Gary's percentage? We've never known.
Well, let's see if I can explain it. Yes, each year you can contribute so much of your own money. I don't know in this time period, but maybe it was up to, let's say, $15,000, and then if you were 50, you can do a catch up every year of maybe an additional $5,000. And Congress sets that amount, and it goes up each year. But then separate and apart from that, the firm will put so much money into the profit sharing plan, pretty much an equal amount for all partners. So, for example, my firm just made the third quarter profit sharing plan contribution. Today I got an email, and it would have everyone's name, and it would show the amount put in on a quarterly basis, and it's the same for each equity partner in the firm.
So they get every equity partner gets the same amount.
That is correct. And then on top of that, an equity partner can make an individual decision whether they want to contribute some of their own money on a pre-tax basis.
Okay, that's all I have.
I have no more questions.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here today. Dr. Gooding, state your full name for the record, if you will.
It's Alice F. Gooding, Gooding.
Dr. Gooding, what is your title and what do you do every day when you're not in court?
I'm an associate professor of anthropology at Kennesaw State University and the forensic anthropologist for the state of Georgia at large.
And how long do you teach classes every day? Is that something you carry a full caseload, or how do you do?
Being a professor is my full-time job, except for classes canceled today.
Now, sometimes you do forensic skeletal recovery and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you get into that? What got you to do that? Was it an interest you had in a young age, or did you pick it up later in life, or what got you into this type of work?
I wanted to be a medical doctor, but I didn't want my patients to talk back to me.
Fair enough. If you don't mind, just tell the jury your educational background through whatever degrees you have now.
I got my bachelor's in anthropology at Occidental College in Los Angeles, my master's in archaeological resource management from the University of Georgia, and my PhD in biological anthropology from the University of Tennessee, and I'm a board-certified forensic anthropologist, number 160.
And what is your doctorate degree in?
Biological anthropology.
And how many years total were you actually in a classroom or school setting?
After high school?
Yeah, so 4 years undergraduate, and how many years after that?
Some quick math would be probably close to 10.
And how many people actually do what you do for a living? What you're testifying to today?
For reference, I am the only forensic anthropologist in the state of Georgia, so very few.
And how long have you been doing that here in the state of Georgia?
This is my 10th year.
Do you travel anywhere else for your job when you're an expert?
I have traveled, but only when the jurisdiction is in Georgia and the case is tried somewhere else.
Typically, just in a nutshell, what kind of things do you do in your line of work?
On the forensic anthropology side?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My responsibilities are to sometimes recover remains at a scene. In a lab setting, they are to analyze the remains, inventory them, and analyze the presentation in front of me.
To do your work outside just having the formal education, is there anything else that you do to have the skills and knowledge in order to be a forensic anthropologist?
I attend continuing education courses, yearly scientific conferences, do scientific work that's published in journals, and present at scientific conferences.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist uses skeletal biology to learn who someone was based on their skeleton and what happened to them.
And how do you go about gaining the knowledge and what you do trying to identify the skeletal remains? Is that a lot of, did you have not just book knowledge, but hands-on practical experience and training with that?
That's correct.
So tell the jury about that, how you learn to do your job.
A lot of my classes and training are hands-on in nature with case analyses, peer-reviewed reports, things where you get feedback on the physical work that you're doing.
I know you said there's not many people that do your job, but is there a branch of the science that you do that's related to what you do, but not necessarily your expertise, but is kind of in the same area?
Biological anthropology is the larger subfield under which forensic anthropology falls.
And do you know how many people total in the United States do something similar to what you do?
Probably a couple of thousand.
Do y'all have conferences or any professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What type of things would those be?
I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, the Georgia Academy of Science. I think that's it.
Have you ever been called upon, whether it's in some type of legal case or criminal setting or a trial setting, to give opinions, expert opinions in forensic anthropology?
Yes.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in our course? You know?
5.
Just this time I tender in Dr. Goon as an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection as to that.
All right. She's deemed to be an expert. As I've told y'all, she can testify to things that are, give her opinion as to things in her area of expertise. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we've got the foundation now, so let's talk about really, when it comes to forensics anthropology, when I say forensics, what does that mean to you?
Forensics is a large field of different scientific subdisciplines like blood analysis, fingerprint analysis. My specialty is just the bones.
And when you combine that with anthropology, how does that in a practical sense come out in your everyday life? Do you work with law enforcement? Do you work with other agencies when trying to figure out what when the remains are found, what they are?
I work on a contract basis, which means when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has a case that is primarily bones, the medical examiner will review it and then reach out to me to do an anthropological analysis.
Now, as a PhD doctor, you don't have a badge, you carry around a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
Are you separate and independent of law enforcement?
That's correct.
If you go to a scene and you're working with law enforcement, do you have your own protocols and procedures that you follow to be objective regardless of what they do?
That's correct.
Would you have any problem whatsoever with telling law enforcement, stay out of my lane, or disagree with them when it comes to your science and what you do?
I do not.
But do you work well with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Are you involved at all with training law enforcement or giving continuing legal education classes with law enforcement agencies and state workers in this area?
I do.
Do you work with crime scene investigators at times or teach them?
I do.
What type of teaching or things do you do with people like that? Is there anything that you do every year, or is it kind of just on when they need something, they ask you to teach it?
Every year at Kennesaw State University, we offer a training series for law enforcement, coroners, medical examiners, crime scene technicians, anybody in the medical legal field. We teach them to recover bodies from clandestine scenes, which is anywhere that you would not expect a body to be. And we cover the training from classroom all the way out into the field. So we have a field-based learning experience for them.
I would imagine, is it not at times that your objective when you're brought in as a scientist may be different from what law enforcement is trying to achieve at a scene? In the sense that scientifically, when you're not interested in per se catching a suspect or someone that did this. When you're called to this scene, is it kind of a very particular task they're asking you to do, or a small part of their case?
That's correct. I have no, it's outside the scope of my science to be interested in perpetrators.
So you're not involved in the interviews with people or trying to identify suspects or chase people down or apprehend anybody. You're just really based on the location, the loci, what is there in the remains usually in a case?
That's correct.
Now, did you know the officers in this case that they took, I believe, a class of yours, and that's how they remembered to call you?
Yes.
And I want to talk about case specifics in this case. Do you remember when you were called and what date that was?
It was July 5th, 2018.
Do you remember who called you or how you were called into the case?
Sergeant Shaw of, I believe it's Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, probably placed a call or a text to me to request my assistance on a case.
How often during the year are you being called out on things?
Less so than I used to be. It used to be a couple of times a year, but I've out-trained myself a little bit. They don't need my help as much.
Do you, when you do this type of work, if you can just tell the jury if you were called out, let's say you were just called out to any scene, what things do you take with you? First of all, how do you get there? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you have tools and things that you take to the scene? What's that like?
I have a personal vehicle, and I have a large trunk full of equipment and supplies that I bring myself.
Do you ever take anybody with you when you're doing scenes?
Sometimes I do.
I think in this case you had some interns or some people that were working with you, if you remember.
I don't remember if I don't recall that I did, but I may have.
I want to look at a couple of dates in this case. I've got, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Which one? Just this time I'm going to tune your evidence, Gooding 1 through Gooding 120, 120 exhibits.
All right. Any objections? No. All right, they're admitted.
I think you've got yours. I'm going to have these two. So they'll come up on the screen. All right, let's look to go through the case. I think July 5th of 2018, I believe you arrived at the scene at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia, about 6:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other 2 days I want to go through when I think you did the inventory and analyzed Gary Farris's remains. And we've stipulated that it is Gary Farris's remains, so just want you to know that.
Thank you.
July 17th and July 23rd, 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
So July 5th and then July 17th and July 23rd of 2018. When you go to a scene, I think you have certain methods that you follow in what you do. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, is it typical when you go to a scene, I think your report talks about there's a rake, screen, surface survey, and then a grid, and then you map and record, and then you do a recovery. Is that kind of the procedure that you do?
That's correct.
Well, what is raking? Is that the first step, or is there a step before that?
There is usually a just gross observation, meaning looking around. I would count that maybe as the first step. But then secondary to that, yes, would be raking up material in the surrounding area.
What is raking? What does that entail?
Can be using tools, including actual rakes like you would use for leaves, or hand raking in which you use your hands to kind of scrape material together.
And that's just trying to find any remains or any evidence or items of interest?
Usually around the perimeter of what you have observed as the main site.
And here in this case, at the location, you're looking at a fire pit, is that right?
That's correct.
And then after raking, you do a screening. What does that consist of?
Screening is when you use your eyes to visually screen the material that you've collected to see if there's anything of interest.
And after screening, I think you can do something called a surface survey.
That's correct.
And what is that?
That, again, using visual methods to look over the area and indicate, in this instance, using pin flags, which are small flags you may have seen near electrical lines or sewer lines, using those to flag or indicate areas of interest.
Once you figure out the location and the interested location, once you get it kind of surveyed, then you at some point do a grid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell the jury what a grid is. And in this case, I know it's going to be A, B, C, D, but what do you do there?
A grid is a cordoned off area that you've identified as of interest. So you put up stakes in some sort of rectangle or square shape, whatever is fitting for that situation. String up some twine to indicate that that area should be kept away from in terms of walking through or anything like that. And then I use a quadrant system where I divide the grid into 4 quadrants so I can keep track of what material comes from what area of the larger grid.
And then after you form that grid, I think there's procedures and there's a mapping and recording that takes place.
That's correct.
What does that consist of?
When remains are identified or other things of interest, items of interest, they are mapped. So they're measured from an X and Y. If you remember from maybe elementary school, an X and a Y on a graph, we can actually measure from each of those lines and come up with a coordinate or a point of the location of that material.
And Doctor, are you very systematic in this process? Is it a slow and deliberate process at times?
It is.
And does it take quite some time?
It does.
Do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Approximately 6 hours.
And then finally, I think you get to the recovery of remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what does that process look like?
The recovery of the remains is usually done by only a select few people to limit the amount of traffic through that cordoned off area. The human remains in this case would have been removed and set aside, and then the debris from underneath them removed and screened until no more human remains were recovered.
Is it kind of like peeling an onion? You just go down and down and down and down, or scrape different surfaces until you find no more remains?
Yes, that's correct.
And after you go through the physical ground and layering, if you would, then you do an inventory and a session or an analysis. Is that right?
In the laboratory setting, yes.
So July 5th, you do all the steps up to the recovery. And then after that, from July 17th and July 23rd, that's when you do the inventory and analysis. Is that
that's
fair
correct.
to say? All right, let's walk through the photographs. And I probably will move pretty fast because I think a lot of these are going to be in already. This is Gooding 1. Tell the jury what this is and what significant it is in your case.
This is a map of the grid and the 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, and D, over the fire pit with the human remains indicated by those boxes that have the names of the bones in them.
So we have quadrant A, right top, quadrant B, bottom right, quadrant C, bottom left, and quadrant D, top left. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it called the datum or datum?
Either's fine.
Just tell me how you call it.
I call it a datum, but that's because
Let's go with datum then.
From around here.
My accent may call it something different. What is the datum?
A datum is the highest point of elevation. So in this map, it's listed as 0 inches. And then anything measured below that will be a negative number. So it gives you a sense of the depth, where the X and Y measurements gives you a sense of the location.
And directionally, north, south, east, west, would it be north be top? Is that what we're...
The north arrow on the left side of the screen is pointing top.
So
a little
this
bit of
direction
an
a
angle.
little bit.
That's correct.
All right. For the most part, though, north is up here, then kind of as you look at it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Gooding 2, what is this here?
This is the fire pit scene, specifically quadrants A and B. A is on the top portion, and B is the portion of the picture that's closest to you.
And Dr. Good, I'm going to go kind of fast through the photographs, but if you see anything that you want to talk about, just stop me and point it out, and we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
3, just another angle of this. 4, close up. 5. And 6, as we go through, these are just some of the things that you collected from the quadrants. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at some point, I think it was described as an eraser, but the bullet in the ribs. Tell us about that.
Yes, you can see it on the prior photo, number 6, and then the other side of that mass, the kind of orange colored, does look a bit like the end of a number 2 pencil eraser, but that is a projectile.
When you first arrived at the scene, did law enforcement, did you know what you were dealing with at that time? I don't know if the bullet was found at the time you arrived or anything talking about that, or was it while y'all were actually processing the remains?
That's my hand and my photograph.
This is 9, 10. And I took this from your report, Gooding 11. What is this?
This is a diagram, a schematic of the front and the back of a human, and it shows the area from which the bullet was found in the remains in this case.
And it was, looking at this diagram, I think you talk about anterior to posterior. What does that mean?
Anterior is the front of your body, and the posterior is the back side of your body.
And you found the bullet to be going from anterior to posterior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Gooding 12, just some of this would be at the GBI, so not on the 5th, but on the days that you analyzed it, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember about approximately how much in weight the remains there were?
I don't remember if they were weighed. And if they were, that would have been the medical examiner.
Were there different varying degrees of damage or heat and fire damage upon the bones?
There were.
Tell us about that if you could.
When a fire burns unevenly, which is common to most outdoor fires as opposed to a commercial crematory oven, the fire will burn the body in an uneven manner. Human bodies are also uneven in the way that they're built in terms of where the fat and the muscle and the bones are. So in some areas that have very little fat and muscle and tissue, the high heat may burn right through to the bone. In other areas where there is a lot of muscle tissue, you may see that it's black and charred, but there might be some soft tissue remaining underneath.
When it came to this fire, did you find that the fire itself was a significant fire in the sense that it has not just one that just went up for an hour or so and then went out? Was it more significant?
I object to that. That's outside about the fire in particular itself.
Judge, I think she's a forensic anthropologist. She can give an opinion about fire and the remains.
We also got another expert who's coming in to testify about the fire, so I think it's that expert.
Ask her to what extent she knows, and then we'll go from there.
To what extent do you know about the size of the fire, the magnitude of the fire?
The only, within the scope of my knowledge, the only thing I can say about the fire is the temperature, which was taken at the site, and the consistency and presentation of these remains are consistent with a fire of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is listed in the report.
All right, in your report, there was an actual measuring temperature of the center of the pit, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the degree in Fahrenheit that you found this to be?
230 degrees. And that was by fire personnel, not myself.
Right, but that was the measurement, 230 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's correct.
And would that have been taken prior to your arrival or sometime when you arrived?
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
Okay. And then dealing with, I'm going to come back to this, but based on the objection, when it comes to thermal damage, you opined about the charring and black discoloration was observed throughout the present skeletal remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on that, what was your conclusion?
That the remains had been burned.
And you said that these characteristics are consistent with the fire reaching what level in Fahrenheit again?
About 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
As you pulled the physical remains from the fire, did you notice that it appeared to be burning more so in one location of the grid as opposed to other locations?
The majority of the remains and the burning was taking place in quadrants A and B.
So top right, then bottom right. Is that correct?
On one of those prior pictures, correct.
When you're piecing together the remains, and I'm sure as an expert you quickly can realize certain pieces of bones or certain things, but how long does it, in the condition that you found these remains, how difficult was it to analyze and figure out what exactly the bones that you could determine to be?
Would have taken a couple of hours.
And how do you do that? Is it visually, or do you do microscopes, or how do you?
It's a visual observation.
Is there any reason that there will be some bones that are more intact than others that you found in this case?
Again, that has to do with the amount of muscle and fat and skin that's over the remains. It's harder for the heat to get to them. For some areas that have less tissue or the fire isn't as hot in that area, you may see some more fragmentation.
And we see here that when you go through and take pictures, you're putting like bones to like parts. Is that how you organize them?
That's correct.
Here we're looking at Gooding 53. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the block of burned tissue and a portion of the ribs and the projectile found within them.
And then 64, is that just the projectile from the ribs?
That's correct.
And when you were able to gather remains of head bones and things like that, did you try to piece it back together to see if there was any injuries or anything you could locate?
Yes, I tried to reconstruct the bones of the cranium or the head as much as possible.
And here, Gooding 96, is that what we're seeing?
That's correct. This is the left side of the top portion of the cranium.
And why do you try to reconstruct cranium?
The objective is to see if there's any other sort of trauma to the cranium that the fire may have obscured
Typically, do you find in cases like this that there are certain bones that remain? Assuming there wasn't a destruction to the bones, like something had broke the bones or something like that. But in a fire like this, is there a reason that you would find more of the bigger bones as opposed to other bones?
A lot of the bigger bones are encased in more muscle and fat and tissue.
And you did find some soft tissue remains?
That's correct.
And you wrote a report, in this case, is that right, that we provide to the defense?
That's correct.
And did you share your findings that you had in this case with the GBI and Dr. Atkinson, the medical examiner?
I did.
What I'd like to do is some questions about your report. When you were looking at when you're looking at the remains, did you find that there were other material in the burn pile besides just human remains? For example, burn trash, household debris, things like that?
That's correct.
Is there evidence that there was also wood or other material there in the pile?
Yes.
And were you able to sift those out and separate them?
They were separated from the human remains.
And the state of preservation for the materials that you found in this, what did they range from? In the sense of the charring or the powder substance? What level did you find that they consisted of in the burn pit itself?
In the pit, you saw different colors, white, ash, blues, grays, black charring. So all different types of burning.
Out of all the remains that you were able to recover on scene, how did y'all transport those to the GBI to be analyzed?
That's a question for the coroner.
Did you get those, were they packaged in a certain manner, a certain number of body bags or a certain number of containers?
I believe they were packaged in brown bags.
I'm looking on page 2, your last paragraph before skeletal analysis.
3 body bags containing brown evidence bags and cardboard boxes.
And then when you did your analysis and you did the skeletal inventory, I want to talk about the trauma analysis that you did. You have a section called perimortem trauma. Tell us what your finding was for this.
The perimortem trauma in this case was a minimum of 1 gunshot wound to the left chest from a front to back direction.
And you have I guess it's the Latin, the bullet was lodged in situ. And what is that?
In situ means in place or found as it was.
And what findings did you find for thermal damage in this case?
That the remains had been burned on a bonfire, excuse me.
Did you find any traumatic fractures of any?
Fractures were all indicative of the burning.
Any traumatic fractures observed on the cranium?
All indicative of the burning.
And I think you noted when it came to the traumatic fractures for the cranium, I'm looking at your last sentence in thermal damage. What was that finding there?
No traumatic fractures were observed on the cranium aside from heat-induced damage.
So outside of the heat, nothing else?
Not that was observed.
You have a section for antemortem skeletal change and identifying characteristics. When you tell us you didn't have any findings of that, what does that mean?
Antemortem skeletal characteristics are those that you have on you in life that make you unique. For example, if you have a disease or you have anything that sets your skeleton apart from someone else's, that's where I would note that in the report. Given the fragmentary nature of the remains and how burned they were, none of those characteristics were able to be noted.
And then looking on page 6 of 24 of your report, as you see on the screen there, you went through and I guess analyzed and then cataloged what you found, the remains that you found in each coordinate or unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this just a listing of the things that you found?
That's correct.
And again, most things, so this first column here is Unit A, and it's evidence bag 1, and then you list the things that you found there on the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next section is E2, which continues to page 7 of your report. And then E3, E4, and E5 in Unit B. So again, the most that you said were in coordinates A and B.
Of human remains.
When you were processing this, how long did it take you before you realized that you were dealing with human remains at the scene?
Instantly.
I'm on page 16 of your report here. This is figure 11, I think. And tell us again, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a top-down view of the section of burned soft tissue and ribs. I think I refer to it as a block of tissue in which the projectile is situated deep to the ribs, which means closer to the gut side as opposed to the skin side.
As we see in figure 11 here on page 16 of your report, Exhibit 120, is that how, when you were processing the burn pit, is that exactly how it looked in the way it was sitting in the pile when it was actually taken from there?
That's correct.
And then at some point you then took that and it was, you were able to analyze that and then submit it to the GBI as evidence in this case?
That's correct.
Just have one moment. Did you only find the remains of one person?
That's correct.
Did you find any other bullets or things like that in the burn pile?
I did not.
Did you find any parts to a gun or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you find any metal outside of that, though? Just other things in the pile that did not burn that was metal?
I believe so.
Did you find any ropes or toe straps or anything else in the fire?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gooding. My name is Michael Ray. We met outside previously, right?
That's correct.
And I have a good bit of questions for you, but not too terribly many. First off, I want to know, how do you become the state forensic anthropologist? Like, who gives you that job?
The chief medical examiner at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. So are you actually, because being a college professor, I think you said you're an associate professor?
That's correct.
That's where I graduated from. So that makes you're a state employee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, are you serving, do you have basically just two state functions? One associate professor, two the state forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
All right. In this case, because I know you're testifying as an expert, a lot of times experts are paid. Are you compensated by the state additionally above your state salary for testifying today?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you compensated by the sheriff's office for coming out, ruining, your after the 4th and coming out and dealing with this case? Did they have to compensate you as well?
No, they did not.
They did not?
Not to my knowledge.
Just your testimony here today?
No, the analysis of the remains.
Okay, so let's back up. Let me ask better questions about that. So, I'm assuming as the forensic anthropologist for the state, you get some type of small salary, or some type of salary.
It's not a salary, it's a contract basis, so it's just an invoice per case.
Okay, invoice per case. All right, so basically, is it like an hourly rate?
It's based on the type of request. In this case, it was a trauma analysis, so there would have been a fee for trauma analysis.
Okay, so what would you classify what you did here? Because you did a lot more here, getting the bones out of the burn pile, doing the trauma analysis, and all that. So what would you classify what you did here?
A recovery and an analysis.
Okay, what were you paid for the recovery and the analysis, if you recall?
I believe at that time, I think $100 for the analysis and maybe $250 or $280 for the recovery.
Okay, that's in total.
Well, that would be maybe $380 in total.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's
Yes.
not like your hourly rate. That's the total what you
Yes,
paid.
yes.
Okay. On top of that, your state salary with being an associate professor.
Correct.
I'm going to slide over. There's a sticker here that says don't stand here. So, okay. All right. So first off, just so there's no confusion, because we had Dr. Atkinson testifying yesterday. You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the difference, partly in that, is a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor.
That's correct.
You are not a medical doctor.
Correct.
You are not able to certify cause or manner of death.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to figure out a good place. Well, we'll just start with your report. In your report that Mr. Fogus was going over with you, you had stated perimortem trauma.
That's correct.
Right, perimortem trauma being before or just after death.
Perimortem trauma is at or around the time of death.
Okay, at or around. Are you familiar with hemorrhaging?
Yes.
Okay, because I asked Dr. Atkinson yesterday if he could prove to a medical certainty whether or not Gary was alive or dead when he was shot, and he said he could not. So my question to you is, how can you use the term perimortem trauma just before or just after death when you can't prove to a medical certainty he was even alive?
That's why it's at or around the time of death. So that could be a pretty wide scale.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say around the time of death. Somebody's been laying there 2 or 3 days, right? You couldn't tell the difference from your examination, right? In a situation like this where their body's been burned.
In this situation, I would still classify that as perimortem trauma.
Okay.
Because the projectile was on the gut side of the bones.
Okay. So if it was on the gut side of the bones, what internal organs did the bullet impact?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. So you can actually say that it went into the body cavity.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
I can say that it went into the body cavity.
Okay. Then, yet again, what did it hit?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. But your testimony here is that your opinion that it's inside the body cavity.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bullet went in front to back.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I got shot right here, and actually, let me show you number 11 and ask you this way. You actually don't know where that bullet is in 11, correct?
It's in that range of brackets.
Yeah, but I'm asking, I want to know specifically, where's that bullet? You don't know.
That's correct.
Okay. So, but it's your testimony, even though you don't know where it is, it's your opinion that it is on the gut side of the rib.
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, you can't tell me anything that it hit.
That's correct.
Addison.
I'll move on, Judge. Now, generally, as an anthropologist, you would deal typically with bones, correct? And not soft tissue?
That's correct.
You also stated in your report that you thought it was anterior to posterior. That would mean front to back, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so it's your opinion that if Gary was shot, that whoever shot him was standing in front of him? Or a bullet had to come from his front, right?
I would agree with the second version of your statement.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about what you know about. Now, as an anthropologist, do you typically see gunshot wounds in your cases?
Can you repeat the last word you said?
I said gunshot wound. As an anthropologist, like how often have you encountered gunshot wounds in your cases?
Oh, maybe 40 to 50% of the cases.
Okay. Well, how many cases have you worked? Because there's so few of y'all. So how many did you work this year?
I don't know. I know the total is over 160.
Since when?
2014.
Okay. So in 10 years, you've done 160. So that's 6 a year?
I think our math is adding up.
Okay. So, and then you said about half of those have gunshots? So
yes.
Seeing 3 a year?
Sure.
Okay. And are those bullets, are they in bone or you're finding them around skeletal remains?
Both. I've seen both.
Okay. Now you would agree, based on your job, because you talk to the medical examiner a lot, right?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and jump in. Do you know that Dr. Atkinson copy and pasted your version of gathering the remains into his autopsy report?
Yes.
Verbatim?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that Dr. Atkinson never went to Purcell Lane.
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you see him there?
No, not while I was there.
Did you see him taking any of the photographs?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a minute. All right. So what type, as an anthropologist, expertise do you have in gunshot wounds?
To bone, quite a high level of expertise.
Okay. So, but you didn't see any of that here in this case. At least I can't find it in your report. Like any damage to bone from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. So we got no damage to bone from a bullet. You put the skull back together, there's no damage to that. Right,
That's
except
correct.
for thermal damage.
That's correct.
And when I say there's no damage, universally there is thermal damage. Okay?
That's correct.
All right, so how about mapping trajectory of wounds? You got any skill and expertise in that?
When it relates to bone, yes.
Okay. And we already talked about that. Now, you don't have any entrance wound to examine, correct?
Not in bone.
Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, you didn't find any type of entrance wound. You just found a bullet lodged in soft tissue.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you too before I forget. Because I've asked everybody, who found the bullet?
To my recollection, it was me, but there were a good number of people peering over my work.
Okay. While you were working around this time that you find the bullet, who's there with you?
I can't give you a full inventory.
I'll name you some people, and you tell me if you remember they were there. That'd be easy. Was Sally Sims there?
She was on scene.
Okay. But you don't remember she was actually in the burn pile with you?
I can't recall who would have been in the pile. At times, it would have been only me.
Okay. Do you recall handing the rib and the bullet to Sally Sims?
Couldn't recall who I would have handed it directly off to.
How about Officer Shaw? Do you recall him helping you at the burn pile?
He was present at the scene.
But you don't recall him helping?
I don't recall in
Okay.
what.
That's fine. That's fine. What about Detective Westwood?
I don't recall.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Focus had asked you, but yeah, you had an intern with you there too.
Okay.
I don't remember their name either.
Apologies.
It's not
to
important.
The intern.
I'm assuming they were a good intern. It's just been 6 years. Oh. Okay. I want to do a little comparison between your report and Dr. Atkinson's report, not verbatim comparison. So you had stated that, it's in your opinion, that the trajectory was front to back. And so, are you aware that in the autopsy, Dr. Atkinson has said that he was unable to assess any type of bullet path?
I wasn't.
Did you know that?
After reading his report.
Okay. So you found that out. You did read his report. You read Atkinson's autopsy?
I have since this.
Prior to testifying here today, you went and read it?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
I was provided with it.
And before he actually wrote his autopsy, you sent him a copy of your report.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Given that it's copied and pasted.
Pasted into it, yeah. Do you always do that? Send a copy of your findings to the medical examiner?
Actually send them to the director of medical operations, and she distributes them to the medical examiner that requested.
Okay. What's the logic in that? Because shouldn't the medical, and I know you're not a medical examiner, but I'll ask anyway. Shouldn't their opinion and analysis be separate and apart from what your findings are?
Objection relevant.
Oh, well.
No. I think we're a collaborative medical team employed with the same office.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's reasonable to, if the medical examiner requests anthropological analysis, I think it's reasonable that they rely on those findings.
Okay. Now, what if me? When you try to organize everything so good, there it is. So in your report, I get ahead of myself when I just start talking, and then I got to scroll through and figure out where I am. So you stated like front to back, but the autopsy actually found here on, let me get to it. Past it. You stated that it was front to back, right? That's what your report found.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in the autopsy, they found that couldn't assess for an entrance wound. So if you can't assess for an entrance wound, how can you say it's front to back?
Based on the location of the projectile in the remains.
Okay. But you are aware that also bullets do have the ability that if they hit some type of object, they do have the ability to tumble.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So got some contradiction there. The autopsy also says that they're unable to assess a direction of a wound path, correct?
Is that D?
Yeah, section D.
I'm reading that, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yet again, you found no other evidence of any other. Well, actually, You didn't find any other evidence or any damage to any other bone, correct? You found technically no evidence of any damage to bone other than thermal damage.
That's correct.
Okay. So no other bone evidence of injury from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. Or any other blunt force object.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also you didn't offer any opinion in your report appropriately as to manner or cause of death.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff. I want to talk. I really like your grid, by the way. And so this is Gooding 1. And I also want to pull up Gooding 3, just so I can get an idea here. Okay, can you see both those, Gooding 1 and Gooding 3? Oh, no, you didn't. Can you see both those, ma'am?
I can.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that looks fine. All right, so here's just a couple questions based on this, okay? You've got up here on number 1, this is quadrant A, correct?
That's correct.
So, and then you've got the cranium where the skull was found. It's kind of on the line between A and, well, the line between A and B.
That's correct.
Because it's right here. So, going over to Gooding 3, that puts it somewhere around, based on this, somewhere in this area here.
I would drop your cursor down and to the left a little bit.
You tell me when to stop.
Maybe over to the left just a little bit, right about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. All right. So that's the skull. Also, what are the flags?
As I stated previously, the flags are part of the visual search when we identify areas of interest.
Okay, so it's like this flag may be like, hey, there may be something here, check it out.
That's correct.
Then I'm assuming when you checked it out and removed whatever was there, if it was evidentiary, then you remove the flag? Like showing that area had been searched?
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the order of operations.
Okay. All right, so okay, so so we got the skull around here, and then the next thing, if we go down a little bit, the pelvis is, let's say, in here. Is that a fair assessment based on your diagram?
Yes.
Okay, but then we've got, I'm assuming, rib here, the very bottom. That's the rib with the bullet and the soft tissue.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. Well, where was
I'd have to go back and look at the inventory. Looks like the rib with the bullet was found in Unit A, evidence bag 1.
Okay. But from your diagram you did here, we don't know where the bullet in that rib was found. We just know it's quadrant A.
We do know where it was found in the rib.
In the what?
In the rib.
No. Okay, no, where at in the pile in quadrant A? We don't have any documentation of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we know it's quadrant A here, or I'm assuming here because this is the burned area, but we don't know exactly where.
Correct.
Okay, so we got a rib down here. Let's see, femur and tibia. That's the front part of the leg and back part of the leg?
It's the top and the bottom part of the leg.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
The femur is the thigh bone, and the tibia is the shin bone.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are the two leg bones. And then we also have another femur and the pelvis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So any kind of issues as to why is there a lone rib bone down here at the very, very bottom? Any explanation on that?
My responsibility is mapping.
Oh, I'm not saying this is your fault. I'm just wondering if you know how it got there.
I wasn't concerned about that.
Okay. So, I mean, because it would seem anatomically out of place, right? A rib below the pelvis.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
That's my whole point right there. So nothing really to do with you. Okay. Already did that. That number. I'm just going to pull up your report because it's your Bogus showed you something. I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's the part of the rib where you're saying it's on the gut side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, going back to your anatomical drawing, you can't say where that bullet is in those ribs.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right. You can sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
If you could, you can put your hand down now. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Addison Farris.
Addison, how do you know Melody Farris, the defendant in this case?
She's my grandmother.
So which parent is she the mother of for you?
She's my dad's mother.
Addison, where do you live? Just the state. What state do you live in?
Other than Plymouth State, I live in Maine.
How long have you lived in Maine?
How long have I lived in Maine?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's like 11 years now.
Before you lived in Maine, did you live in Georgia ever?
I don't think so. I lived in Florida before that.
When did you live in Florida?
From when I was really young, like 2 or 3, to when I was 7.
Okay. And does your dad live in Georgia?
Yes.
Would you frequently visit your dad when you were younger?
Yeah, we would do summers and Christmases usually in Georgia.
Addison, I want to talk about July of 2018, okay? Did you have the opportunity to come to Georgia to visit your father in July of 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that you came to Georgia?
I'm not sure. I think probably, or I know it was around the time of the 4th of July, but I don't know an exact day.
Were you here before the actual 4th of July holiday?
Yes.
Where did you go when you first got to Georgia?
When the day that we got there, we dropped my sister off at her friend's house, and then we went to my grandparents' farm.
How old were you in 2018?
I was 11, almost 12.
And when you mentioned your sister, how old was your sister?
My sister would have been 13.
So she's older of the two of you.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you dropped your sister off, you then went to your grandparents' farm?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at the farm?
I saw my grandmother and my grandfather.
When you say we traveled to the farm, who is we?
Me and my dad.
Okay. Was anyone else with you too?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember how long you stayed at the farm when you saw your grandparents that day?
It was a really quick visit. We just came to say hi and give hugs, and then we left. So probably like 15 minutes tops.
Okay, and I want to kind of orient you to the dates. That week of July, Monday was the 2nd, Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th. Do you remember now which day that would have been?
I think that it was probably the 2nd then.
Okay.
Or no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. So back in 2019, were you interviewed professionally by a forensic interviewer?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, if you had mentioned to her that that was the day before the 4th of July, would that have been accurate?
Objection.
Yes.
No, she's trying to refresh recollection of probably.
It's a little difficult on Zoom.
I know.
I'm happy to do that if you would like me to.
I mean, a second ago, she didn't know what day it was.
Go ahead. I'll give you some latitude, but you also can grab the calendar, put it on, show it to her. Now, when you try to do something on the screen, we don't have that technology available easily. That's part of the problem and part of my complaints about all this. So, now, we can do that by sharing the screen on the computer, but then we have to relog in that computer, and then we may lose. Sorry, I turned off my mic. We may then lose. We can log that computer in, and then you can share a screen from that computer. But we don't have it set up that way because I killed that connection to make sure we could get the sound working. So if there's something you need to show her, then we're gonna have to do that, which is okay. It's just gonna take a minute.
Because part of the problem is going to be if I have to do it too.
Well, you can.
We're
if
doing
we
the same thing that we
right.
both have from the interview. So probably best that we go ahead and figure out how to do it.
Well, or we could anyway. Yeah, again, this is something we should have talked about before we tried it.
Judge, we're happy to send her whatever she needs to review and refresh. But
We could. Well, if you're going to do that if we need to do that outside the presence of jury, we're going to send them back while we're showing her. So y'all step back out for a minute.